We actually had to qualify from the last chance. And boom, we qualified. I was on top of the world, you know? I was a grand finalist, a top 50 team, you know?
We placed 15th. That was my best placement in the grands ever. It was also my teammates' first ever grands.
I don't even remember what we got. It was that bad. I definitely was not happy with that performance.
I definitely think I should have done better. There were some late games where, like, you know, we struggled with Surge. We thought we had enough, but we obviously didn't.
We were conned off spawn, put up a really good fight against them, eliminated them 9 games out of 12 or 8 games out of 12.
We're in first the whole entire tournament. We had to lead the first 6, 7, 8 games.
I always aim to win. Everybody knows about the win, you know what I'm saying? Nobody knows about the second place.
We took out Acorn and Cold off spawn, as well as the other team landing fencing fields at the time, and got us a lot of good elimination points, gave us good early storm surge, so we felt confident.
Going into grand finals, we were triple contested. All 3 teams, Snooty, got bottom 10. One of my worst performances out of my 14 grand finals.
I would say the best moment from Major 1 would be taking advantage of teams who are fighting above us, third-partying their fights.
The biggest thing I learned is prep work is massive in these grand finals lobbies.
You definitely always have to grind, especially as a duo. But you could be the best individual player, but your duo are not on the same page, so like it's kind of useless.
The biggest thing is just making sure I'm constantly changing up my playstyle so I don't get too predictable. It's kind of like a game of chess where you're trying to counter what the teams around you are doing.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not happy. You know, I know we could do better, 100%. You know, that's why I've been grinding non-stop this season.
To make sure we do better this up in CS Grands, just play scrims every day, make sure we perfect what we need to perfect.
What I'm gonna do this season to try and do better is get an uncontested spot. But obviously I'm not gonna contest like Grim Gate against Peterbot. I mean, look what he did to Acorn.
Peterbot sliding across, deletes Acorn!
During the start of the season, we weren't like the best on doing Surge.
Playing aggressive for Surge, it's definitely a key factor in your gameplay. Get in there, get your Surge, get out. That's what I learned 100%.
Well, nothing's impossible, you know, you just gotta put your mind to it, you know?
You really only need like 4 good end games to pretty much top 15.
The competition is just getting better and better, and this younger generation of players is just crazy. Fortnite is not going anywhere.
forth like it's east and west. But the whole team up, say that's north side. Am I lonely if I shoot the tech? And I'm 10 seasons in, still I'm coincide. Every day I'm going back to back to back to back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting all my eyes and crossing all my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. This is it. The grand finals here in North America. We got to watch some of the action in EU, but of course now it's NA's time. 6 games here today and then another 6 tomorrow. These duels are going head to head for their shot at the Axe of Champions, but there's also 3 spots available going to Global Championships later this year. So a lot to play for. Now, of course, as we bring in our analysts, it's Kelly, it's Vivid. My friends, here we are. The competition has led us to this very moment in time. I got to get a temp check. How you guys feeling?
Oh, temperature is rising, Zeke. I mean, 12 games separates us and an Axe of Champion holder, a new FNCS champion, or perhaps Kelly a repeat. Regardless, I am excited for the next 12 games.
That is right. And it's not just the Axe of Champions. It's not just the money, but also those 3 spots into the global championships. Of course, that is what these teams are really fighting for, but also the bragging rights. I am so ready, Zeke. I mean, NA has already been popping off this major, and I can expect more in the grand finals.
That's right. I'm telling you, eyes are on the global championships. And of course, for y'all at home, if you guys want to go, it is happening in Texas this year. Tickets are available. Go check out online for all the details. We hope to see you guys there. Now, as we focus in on the competition, I think obviously we have to ask the question, what makes a champion, right? What does it take to walk away with the Axe of Champions in hand? Why don't we take a look at one of the first metrics? It's got to be being contested versus uncontested, right? It's that simple.
And I mean, for the longest time, I mean, dating back all the way to when I was playing ancient years ago, if you were not uncontested, it really was, you know, nobody was really favoring you to kind of win an event, win an FNCS. But as you can see here, if you take a look on the left side of your screen, the past 4 regional seasons of FNCSs, they've actually flip-flopped between, you know, being contested and being uncontested as it pertains to whether or not our FNCS champions had such in their drop spot location. And yeah, we're kind of in this era of where, Kelly, maybe it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to circumstances, like what we saw from Acorn and Cold last major. They were triple con, but they made sure to split and pretty much never engaged in a very serious fight besides a few tags. Wherein, conversely, Kanata and Agers, who were uncontested, made up for that by having a huge split drop, as well as some incredible, unique Storm Surge strategies. So regardless of if you're contested or uncontested, it's all about how you utilize it.
Okay, so it's not just contested versus uncontested. Then it's got to be, I don't know, if you're in first place, day 1, you win, right? It's got to be that simple. That's simple.
No, not so simple, Zig. I mean, actually, throughout Chapter 4, it was actually that simple. Our FNCS champions actually were in first place at the end of day number 1. But then Chapter 5, Season 1, just 1 season ago, Acorn and Cold did the unthinkable, and being in third place at the end of day number 1, they managed to clutch up. But Kelly, there's something important to kind of mention there. It's that Chapter 5, Season 1, of course, was the introduction of those 1.5x points that we'll see in day number 2.
That's right. And actually, if you go back to Chapter 4 and put in that 1.5 that for day 2, Kanata and Agers actually wouldn't have won either. So although first place in day 1 is a great indication of doing well, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to win the whole thing.
Okay, all right. So it's a little more complex than just these 2 factors. All right, let's take some of this information. Let's take it to the map itself, right? Now we know contested, uncontested. It doesn't really matter. Sometimes a duel will just walk away and they'll win it all. Let's kind of start with the talk of the town. It's Grim Gate. Peterbot Poyo going here, but now finally, Vivid, they will be contested.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, for anybody that's just tuning in to NA, kind of checking out just Grand Finals exclusively, Peterbot and Pollo have ran NA this season. They have been getting uncontested Grimgate, uncontested high ground, anything that they have wanted. And them being contested may be a little bit of a switch up for them, but of course, Jutras and Kraz, the team contesting them, it's their first FNCS finals, Kelly. So, I mean, if there was a team for the most aggressive and dominant duo to kind of take advantage of, it's going to be Peterbot and Pollo. So maybe we should be a little scared for that other duo.
Yeah, if the scrims that happened recently are any indication, it's definitely going to be Peterbot and Pollo's POI. But also another uncontested POI is Karen's Crossing. That's over in the west side portion of the map there. And that's where none other than Kanata, the Chapter 4 Season 3 champion, and Cooper, the global champion, are going to be landing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is this fits their playstyle more, right? You don't really imagine Kanata and Cooper wanting to fight Oswan because Kanata has been so good season to season at finding Storm Surge, no matter it's in the middle game, the early game, anything like that. He's always consistently above.
I love it. Okay, so let's toss another name that is uncontested. It's Yamzu and Rise.
Yeah, and you know, I'm actually happy to talk about Yams and Rise, right? Those split drops come into play, especially when it comes down to Yams and Rise, so much so that they were kind of struggling throughout some of the open qualifiers and actually being able to get all of their loot. But of course, this being an FNCS Grand Finals set lobby, they're going to be getting all their loot uncontested.
And obviously, it wouldn't be an FNCS major if we didn't have a dozen teams landing over in fencing fields. And actually, only 3 teams this time around. But actually, the teams that we did see here in Chapter 5 Major 1.
Yeah, and big name teams as well. Acorn and Cold, your reigning FNCS champions. Muzz and Paper, and Krizix and Yasir will also be over there. So Acorn and Cold are going to be finding themselves in familiar ground when it comes down to the POI. It'll be exciting to see if they can kind of run up the back-to-back.
All right, so we've talked about them, right? Peterbot, Pollo.
A little bit.
You know, we can sit here and say, hey, they're real good. You know, let's just take it a step further. Let's just show you some of the numbers, right? These guys ended last season in 2nd place. And now, as Vivid mentioned, they have been dominating all season long. This has to be their season, right? This is it.
Yeah, and I think of course, getting 2nd place last season was awesome, but a lot of people have them as their favorites to go ahead and win this season. I myself included. I think that their aggressive playstyle being backed up by that Grim Gate medallion, that aspect of agility, is going to be too much for the rest of this lobby to handle.
Yeah, the way that they're able to just control the lobby, whether it's the mid-game rotations or the in-game height hold, that Fizz on top of the coin is just absolutely dominating the rest of the lobby.
Okay. Why don't we hear from our casters to get their thoughts on today? This is them. It's MDF and the Best Taco.
Thank you, Zeke. That's right. We have a lot to look forward to, of course, here as we are getting so close to the Global Championships and crowning who's going to take those seats, but it's Grand Finals, Taco.
Yeah, I'm big cheesing, man. This is the weekend that everything so far in Major 2 has really been building up for. Whether teams are contested, uncontested, everybody has been trying to figure out their surge strategies leading up to this big weekend.
Yeah, that's right. So there's going to be a lot of crazy competition. And, you know, NA is loaded with the who's who of competition, as we all know. So I couldn't be more excited, Zeke.
Man, me neither. And we're getting close to starting off the competition. But really quickly, we did want to highlight, obviously, the conversation of who could win and walk away champions is great. But again, 3 spots going to the Global Championships. So let's talk about who could walk away in the top 3 and solidify themselves that spot and take a seat on the bus going to Global Championships. You know, let's start off with Yamzu and Rise. Kelly, you know, these guys, though they haven't had the most stellar qualifiers, have they kind of fixed what they've needed to possibly end this weekend in top 3?
I mean, they didn't have the most stellar qualifiers in Major 1 as well, but they still performed absolutely incredibly in Day 1. Unfortunately, they did run into issues in Day 2 and weren't able to play all their games, which is why we saw them go into 8th place. But before that, in Chapter 4, they literally placed 3rd, 4th, and 3rd throughout the majors. They are an incredibly consistent duo. In fact, might be the most consistent duo in the last year. And historically speaking, they do way better on Day 2 when they're able to play all their games. So obviously, with the current meta, it definitely favors them.
One thing to always keep an eye on when it comes to this duo, though, it's strategy. It feels like every single time we see them in a set lobby, they come up with something that is just so unique that nobody else has really been doing, and they always do such a good job of keeping it hidden. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some pretty consistent strategies kind of come out during the grand finals. But of course, Kelly, the one thing that kind of surprised us last weekend was their ability and their opportunity to go ahead and not only take high ground, but also a victory royale from the well-respected Peterbot and Pollo.
It was something that definitely surprised a lot of us, but I do want to speak on what you were talking about of how smart they are as a duo. I just remember in Major 1 where we had both of them shooting emptily in a tunnel, kind of baiting a player to come through, and it actually worked, and they waited in a bush while the players came towards them, and they were able to get some shots. Not the elimination, but just it's those kind of plays that really breaks the top players from the rest of the lobby.
I love it. Now, you guys used word there, consistent. I think when I think consistent, the duo that jumps to mind is Kanata, right? Kanata and Cooper. These guys, though they didn't necessarily get themselves a victory royale to auto-qualify to grand finals, they just kept slamming these consistent performances in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, Kanata, the player who has made it to every single FNCS grand final. And then Cooper, of course, global championship winner. I mean, what a duo we have formed right here. And they look super good this season. And I always got to highlight the fact that Kanata is so good at finding Storm Surge. If I had to bet on any single team that would actually make it to all 12 of the end games over the course of this grand finals with enough Storm Surge to kind of sustain them, it would be this one.
And just looking at their performance over the semifinals, I've said this so many times, but Kanata is such an intelligent player. And I love this. Towards the end game, in game number 2 of semis day 3, they see that it's going over a bridge and also that there's water underneath. They see most of the duos are going to be going over the bridge. So instead, they decide to save a few mats by going under the bridge. And you can tell that there's barely anyone near them, just one player right behind them. This allows them to box up in the metal. And then they use this to be able to control the rest of the lobby, grabbing great eliminations. But this part right here is really what sticks out to me. They're holding high ground. It's 2v1v1. You can see Cooper jumping up, but if you watch Kanata's streams, he pulls him back. He says, why do we need to go for them? We're gonna win regardless. We have the splashes. Don't go too aggressive. And that really, to me, it's not knowing when to fight that makes these top players. It's knowing when to not fight.
Okay, I like it. Okay, let's talk about another duo. All right, let's put them on the radar. Clix and Epic Whale. Of course, they've already been on the radar, but I think because being grand finals, I think we have to be a little more. We have to nitpick a little bit more, right? Okay. So though this duo has been performing very well, guys, I feel like one of their biggest struggles is actually Storm Surge.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Everybody, when they're talking about Clix and Epic Whale, and it comes down to their Storm Surge strategy, it's like, well, if Clix doesn't have a sniper rifle, then they're probably not getting enough surge. So, if Clix doesn't necessarily get that sniper rifle, which, by the way, he's super good with, then we're probably going to see this duo kind of putting themselves in positions to actually box fight, get really, really close with other duos around the bunkers.
Yeah, Clix is an incredibly great fighter, so regardless of having the sniper or not, I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue once we do get into the end game there. But of course, it's those long-range shots that we know Clix for right there. So good. But Clix and Epic Whale, they have downloaded Lavish Layer so well. They know the pathing. They go for bunkers every time. They have such a strategy, and to a part, I think it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. A lot of these end games go down to being able to adapt to your playstyle, and I feel like Epic Whale and Clix are very regimented. However, we've seen them improve time and time again. We saw in Major 1 that they constantly went for height way too early, and in the most recent games we've watched them in Major 2, they've made such improvements, and I definitely think a lot of that is due to their coach BloodX.
Okay, all right. One final name. I'm looking here at the script here. It says it's a little no-name duo. Acorn and Cold. Oh, sorry. Those are your Chapter 5 Season 1 champions who already have a spot to globals, by the way. How could these guys possibly shake up this weekend?
It is an interesting question if we're going to wonder if they're going to be able to make it into the top 3 like we've seen them do before. And being the reigning Major 1 champions, they're absolutely incredible. They won over second place, which was Peterbot and Pollo, by 170 points. I guess the real question is, are they going to feel pressured, or are they going to take a bit more of a relaxed stance in their games today because they already have their ticket to Texas?
Yeah, they definitely should be pretty comfortable coming into today, but I'll tell you what, the lobby should not be feeling comfortable. We got Acorn and Cold in the lobby, and if there was any duo duo that I think could potentially get the most eliminations in one of these 12 games over Peterbot and Pollo, then it would definitely be Acorn and Cold. Their fragging ability is, I want to say second to none, but right now Peterbot and Pollo are doing really good. Regardless, Acorn and Cold are extremely good, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some double elim games from this duo.
Wow. Okay, these are some big words. Now, guys, in case y'all at home missed out on EU, we actually saw the meta change a little bit in a way I don't think any of us were expecting. Wings of Icarus, are those going to make a return, Viv?
I mean, Bugha and Aegis may be ahead of the meta. We saw them using it last week.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Bugha use it, and so we're going to see if that's going to be prioritized today as well.
Okay, all right. Well, it is that time, Fortnite fam. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals kicks off right here, right now. Casters, take it away.
Well, I couldn't be more excited to start getting into these games here because today is going to be an important day, of course, Taco, to set up that foundation here.
Yeah, and I mean, the Analyst talked on it just a little bit towards the end there, but I think we will see a little bit of a surge in terms of the Wings of Icarus and their utilization. A lot of short rotates that were made much more efficiently throughout EU earlier today, so definitely wouldn't be too surprised to see NA kind of conforming to that similar competitive strategy.
Yeah, and some of that has to do with, of course, some of the item adjustments, right? Just more room if you were someone who was favoring a different playstyle before. But with that, let's jump on the battle bus for game number 1. The Grand Finals is here, and Game 1 is kicking off right now. If you're out there watching, you are just in time for what will be an exceptional set of games. We all know who is up on the line here as far as the competition is concerned. We have a lot of excellent duos here representing for NA. One of the most highly contested spots, though, seems to have a little bit of an additional stir in the mix here. There's 4 teams at the fencing fields.
Comes as no real surprise. Again, a lot of times our competitive players, they know, expect the worst but hope for the best. And Cold Acorn, one of our more popular teams, landing at the fencing fields. They're aware of the fact they tend to encounter, you see it in Kristix the most, but it's Muzz and Curly who are going to be the first to fall on the opposite end of fencing field. Paper trying to see if he can close the job down here. Does get the full knock effectively onto Curly, but at the same time, Muzz just barely gonna manage to hold on for a little bit longer here. A nice performance from Paper to start things off. Definitely gonna imbue this team with confidence.
I definitely agree. Things are kicking off right now. Paper hurts, Muzz hurt as well, but so are the opponents on the other side of the barrels here. And you can see the 2 duos lurking nearby. Acorn Cold, Kristix Yasir contemplating if whether or not jumping in here is worth it. It does seem like Kristix and Yasir could be deciding if they're going to move a little closer, but first, Muzz and Paper have to finish this battle quickly. Seems like Raze might be picking up his duo.
Not only that, but keep in mind, Muzz running relatively low as far as his ammo is concerned. Only has 8 bullets left inside of that Nemesis AR. Wants to close the distance. That's going to be his final Bush Bomb expended here as well. But with 30 shield, 90 white HP, he's definitely got an advantageous position currently up against the likes of Raze. Also has Paper right next to him. These two could look to just close in on the attack, but they are definitely trying to be wary. They don't want to get over ambitious here. They understand fully that there is at least 1 or 2 other teams directly nearby that could pose a huge threat to them if they're not careful.
Very standard Muzz and Paper play here to move out of the western side of this map. This is a well-placed disengage here, of course, to get to the slurp truck. We've seen this before. We've seen it again and again. But take a look at some of the highlights that are happening around the map. If you were wondering what was going on with Seek and Dash here at the Snooty Steps, they are on top of the game here, knocking down Magia Jr., who we watched just barely slip his way into the Grand Finals there with that uphill qualifiers battle. But we jump into the continued action here for the Grand Finals kickoff game number 1 with Blake and Macwood now at the Grand Glacier. They've been contested all throughout the qualifiers, and now coming into Grand Finals, there's no surprise here. But this time, much bigger threats, right? They have Thoric here in a team just outside the Grands.
School and Thoric are definitely no walk in the park, and Blake and Macwood, their positioning currently trapped a little bit inside of the vault here at Grand Glacier, trying to make room now, breaking down these wall edits left behind by School and Thoric. They will manage to scurry out of the vault for the time being. Blake as well trying to get a good perch overhead view. Just going to continue breaking open that ceiling here at the Grand Glacier. give himself some further leverage for trying to find a good angle, a nice line of sight that could give him the advantage. But all the while, teams down here at Mount Olympus, Bugha and Agers, another one of our contested teams. They're dealing with the likes of Zeus and Hicks, though. And they don't really seem to be in too precarious of position currently. Although, it's probably only a matter of time. Bugha and Agers both looking like they're just trying to set up for the actual attack onto Zeus and Hicks.
Well, let's see what's going to go down here. Angles being set up now from Aaron and Chance down at the bottom of this base here. Might be seeing a little disengaged, though. This is a pretty strong, rock-steady base up top, but if Aaron and Chance want a piece of Hakio up top, they're going to have to fight for it or break the foundation of this base or something.
It's real early to be setting up Surge base like that, though. Hakio gonna take his opportunity to try and establish some space, claiming the forecast tower as quickly as possible. They know that they're likely still gonna have to deal with a little bit of a fight here, and looming just behind them to the east, Peterbot Pollo. They've made their extension outside of Grim Gate. They've taken note of the Surge tower that resides on top of the hill directly north of them. And if there's one thing that Peterbot and Pollo love to do, it's box fight. They recognize the fact that they might be able to third-party interfere, if anything, but this team, for sure, has their eyes set on that forecast tower, MDF, and they are not the sort to let something go once they've created a game plan for it.
Yeah, this looks like the result of tons of preparation coming out of the semis weekend, where we already know their first set of games were a bit questionable, but I think we're looking at a much different Pollo and Peterbot who are trying to play for the win, not necessarily the eliminations. They're going to be fighting for that forecast tower here shortly. Before we get back into that battle, though, Chip and Scissors already on the move here. They have an elimination, chasing down what's left of the duo that they just encountered here on the outskirts of the map. And this is actually a very interesting zone in general, as we're already starting to see it pull a bit further to the east here. A lot of western bases. Other teams are interested in Clix and Epic Whale. How are they doing? What will they do to maintain their surge strategies? Well, it looks like it's getting into fights at the Rebels' Roost right now, as they've gone straight north to the outer edge. We've seen them play these outskirts every single time, but winning the battles, of course, Taco, is the most important thing here.
This is by far one of the most common surge strategies that Clix and Epic tend to go for. They love making this rotation from Lavish Lair towards Rebels Roost to try and challenge some teams, especially when you factor in the weapons bunker that can be between these two POIs. That seems to be the priority currently for Clix and Epic. They know that if they can find at least one or ideally both eliminations here onto Hound and Aiden, that's going to clear up some room for them to then more easily navigate the weapons bunker spawn, because if they don't establish their surge strategy now, this is a team that could definitely suffer for it come the end game.
Well, there it is. First tag is in, and you can see they're above the threshold by a fair margin. So they've been finding their damage all throughout game number one. That's exactly the type of position you want to be in. But now that things are updated, they need to make the decision. Do they stick around and finish this or move on? And it does seem like we're leaning more towards the latter here. They want to fight the fight. And there's just someone outside looking in. It's actual visuals whose Epic Whale's got his eyes on and trying to hold him out. We jump back in with Peterbot and Boy, who had pushed into the duo. We knew they were going to want to take the fight. And this is what we expect. And Hakio jumps into Peterbot and gets bodied immediately with a monstrous shot right there.
Peterbot and Pollo, though, they know the job's not finished. They're looking for May Fishy as well. Floors just completely collapsing underneath him. Doesn't even get a chance to try and throw up another wall. Peterbot Pollo just way too clean with it. Some really quick eliminations established there as well, Monster. That's going to be ideal circumstances for helping them to further try and claim this forecast tower. Still lingering, though.
Ooh.
Might have some inclination that Edgy and Tavern are nearby. So have to be prepared for aggression from every direction at this stage.
Yeah, that fight right there, I mean, they went into it with not a lot of material, and the team they took down didn't have much either. Peterbot had 23 builds. That's probably the biggest worry they're going to have right now in this game here. But Bryson Bolt's on the move right now. getting away from the congestion. You can see there's a lot of teams in this general area here. This is what Grand Finals is going to look like. The outskirts are going to be some of the more dangerous areas you could be rotating around.
Bryson Bolts, they're also another one of our teams. I like to land at Dumpenhausen, a position just slightly south of Reckless Railways. The team that they've spotted out could possibly be Reet and Ritual, considering that that is their primary drop at the Reckless Railways. But more importantly, it's the fact that teams from the north have already started to trickle in towards that central map position. So if Bryson Bolts aren't careful, they could find themselves getting tagged up from those teams filtering their way down from the mountainside. Got Fatch and Walkers here as well. Really big tags. Fatch was able to connect with that Hunter's DMR and still trying to keep clearing out a little bit of space, controlling the rotations that other players are trying to make. Hanging out on the outskirts of Restored Reels, though, it's not going to be an easy feat by any means, but if he can keep the accuracy going, it'll definitely set them up in a nice way.
Talking about being set up nicely, Pump here definitely is looking like he's got a great loadout going for him, and he's going to pop off here on G Monster and Reciprocal, but nothing comes out of it, unfortunately there. Pump and N-Pen on the move now, though. Time to start backing up here. They don't want to get caught up outside the storm in a box fight here. You do want to start slowly making your way towards the safety of the storm here. Rapid and Batman Booga side by side. Where's Aiden? It does seem like we only have Hound there on the screen. Wait, Aiden is still alive. So Epic Whale and Clicks have given up the bunker, given up the fight with Aiden and Hound to stay in the game. And it seems like Aiden and Hound have, instead of going hard south, they've managed to stay on the coast here, wrapping wide around the outskirts, costing them a lot of heals. But hey, they are still alive, which is, of course, what matters most. Here's a team that we've been keeping very close tabs on, Rise and Iamzo. You've seen all the interviews with Iamzo. Iamzo very much aware that he has everything that it takes to be at the top of the NA standings, just like he did just a season ago. They're looking to take that crown right now, and this is not going to be an easy fight up against the likes of Agers here on the other side. It's a battle for potentially the bunker.
Agers, though, not really interested in sticking around. Neither is Booga. Rise and Iamzo likely just having established a little bit too much space, and that's going to cause Booga and Agers to feel a little bit more uncomfortable, because the longer they extend these engagements as well, the more opportunity it provides other teams to potentially look to challenge them. And now Rise and Iamzo, they've got the full extent of the bunker to take advantage of. Rise going to waste absolutely no time heading over to that weapons mod bench, wants to make sure that he gets all the loadouts and attachments that he prefers. That little bit of gold as well from inside of the bunker is definitely going to help him. But Acorn and Cole just relentless with this water-bending mythic. The infinite ammo just posing so many issues towards players that are trying to glide in from elsewhere. And the soft rotates yet again with the Wings of Icarus. We saw it be pretty prevalent earlier today in EU. And sure enough, here in NA, when you see top competitors like Acorn and Cold opting for a similar option, you have to expect that that's just one of the small adaptations that players have decided to make for this weekend.
Definitely a lot of adjustments coming in here. We're seeing all the strategies now starting to come out. The hats, if you will. A little bit concerning, though, for Acorn's low ammunition there. We'll be keeping a little bit of an eye on them, and talk about low ammunition, Paper and Muzz as well. This is what happens when you split a drop across 4 different teams and folks break off with what they can get. Paper and Muzz, though, this is very fortunate for them. The Rift Island spawning right above them, getting first dibs here, when you could just see from the material counts they desperately needed a big come up here. So way to put them right back in the game and at least give them some solid grounding here to work with.
Considering how everything started off at Fencing Field, and it looks as though the action is still going to take place from Fencing just now on Rift Island. Krizik's going to be one of the first ones to rift in to the top of Rift Island. Muzz waiting for making sure that he's got Paper to at least back him up in this process, but we saw Paper trying to farm a little bit more materials, a little bit more resources. They really did not have much after that initial departure from Fencing Fields, and they are not the only ones. Clix and Epic definitely worse for wear as far as the build count is concerned. This could be a massive refresh if Clix is able to force the attack here against B-Dog and Victor, but unfortunately enough, it just seems as though they've drawn a little bit too much attention as is from this low ground position. It's possibly Jack and Cease from the high ground of a hill that are looking to try and take some pot shots at this duo, or both of them. Immediately into the box goes Victor, and B-Dog completely pieced up. Clix nearly taken down in the process, but that's going to be the exact sort of defense you'd expect from Clix and Epic.
Oh my gosh, we have to actually watch that back one more time. Take a look at how Victor took this sidewall and B-Dog through the top. That could have went so bad, but Clix's reaction was incredible and hit the shot that mattered most. And with all that, they are still in a very, very bad position here in the tournament. 6 builds now. And they're just going to have to dive on the next team that's nearby, and it could be NPen, it could be Bacon, it could be Cease or Jack, right? But one thing is clear, they need a battle, they need some material. They find NPen, a wonderful pickup here, and Clix and Epic Whales slowly crawling their way out of the ditch here, if you will. They have the damage, they now have the points, but they need everything else here, Taco.
That refresh really couldn't have come at a better time. Thoric, School, another one of our teams barely clinging on for dear life here. Blake and Macwood know this is their perfect opportunity if they can close this one out, but Macwood's gonna be the first to fall. Thoric doing an excellent job of holding his own, but he's just so far apart from his duo. He might be looking to try and trade the revive. Instead, he's gonna look to prevent Blake from getting his off successfully onto Macwood, but Blake, he's got quite the investment so far. He knows that Thoric is under so much pressure currently. And sure enough, Blake gonna be able to close this one out, but things are definitely still looking pretty tough here. The shield situation, not ideal in the slightest for Blake and Macwood.
Great set of defense there, though. Blake clutching up. Blake has really been on a bit of a hot streak, finding his moments all throughout this FNCS. Jumping in with Miro in Dukes, though. Very difficult time as far as getting through the qualifying weeks were concerned. Yamzo and Rise, much different story to be had here. They're elimination up and now an additional one as well. Finding themselves a bit of damage here. As the pressure continues on the lobby, and look at the loadout. Okay, so everything's really starting to come together for Yamzo and Rise right now. This is that consistency we were expecting out of them, and talk about a strong position to be in here in the mid game. Doesn't really get much better than this, and they're still sitting on top of the bunker, by the way. It almost feels like they're baiting teams that are desperate enough to try to come on over and, you know, just take a look at what's going on inside the bunker, seeing if there's anything left over.
Rise and Yamzu, you can feel their confidence with how they're playing so split from each other as well. Just zero concern that either of them will go down, because they are close enough to at least provide backup when necessary. But Agers, Booga, maybe they should have stuck around in that bunker fight a little bit longer here. They find themselves currently 41 below the surge damage threshold. It's gonna pose a moment of desperation. Agers immediately tackling the first player he can find. It's gonna be a Minish, but Cam with the slam onto Booga. Zero opportunity for Agers to actually look to strike onto Cam just yet. But the revive could be a real possibility here. Booga still lurking just behind the corner. Agers can hear the chug splashes going off. He knows he's about to have a health disadvantage if he's not careful. Needs an opportunity to get this shield potion off. Might just find it, but now the shots, they're filtering in. Players, teams from across the way. Ager is gonna lose Booga. No moment of a revive any longer. And just like that, Cam barreling through the doorway, eliminating Agers. Both some power players to be taken out of the conversation here in game one.
That was a huge fight for both sides, and you know what? Respect to Cam right there, stepping in when it mattered, but unfortunately Booga getting clipped there when they had the damage that they needed. Cam still got a lot to work towards now. Look at how many players are on the move right now. As we're gonna start jumping into catching up to other fights that are going on here. But hold on, Cam finds himself a knock before getting into the rift here. And he is gone. Cam is still going for it, really putting up the numbers here. At this point, little does he know, everyone coming up the storm is so hurt. That is the damage, the pressure of the storm surge right there. Like, if I've ever seen it.
Everyone in the sky just absolutely battered, it seems. And it's only going to get worse here. The elimination will finally count for Cam just in time because he finds himself dropping before he ever even gets a chance to land. But Miro on his own sort of rampage. Count them as they trickle in. 1 elimination, make that 2, and a possible 3-piece on the horizon here. Miro and Dukes have certainly come to play here today. Visuals, the next one to fall, and that's going to be an easy revive situation there for Miro onto Dukes, but a nice little point acquisition in that series of engagements. And not only that, but Miro and Dukes, they might even be able to navigate through the likes of what remains here at Fencing Fields. Keep in mind, a decent amount of teams still have a good range to go before they find themselves in that safety net of the zone.
So unfortunate. Clicks and Epic Whale don't have time to farm all of this right now as they desperately need the material here. But you can see they're so much more concerned with being caught on the back tail side of this storm right now. And you best believe that they're probably going to be landing right into a fight as soon as they come out of here. Notice what Clicks and Epic Whale ended up doing, though, saving just enough Flowberry Fizz for the rotation here. And here it is. They're off to the races. It's Miro and Dukes who are in front of them, and we're going to see a ridiculous fight break out right now because they need this. There's no time to waste. Straight into the box. Clicks goes for Miro. He gets tagged, and they trade on both sides. Duke is hurt. Miro's hurt too, but Miro gets the best of Clicks and Epic Whale in the end, and this is why he cannot be stopped. 5 eliminations for them. The storm does the rest, unfortunately, and that is just how it's going to end for some of NA's greats.
Miro and Dukes didn't even want that fight. They didn't even need that fight, but they had no choice. Clicks and Epic actually making them suffer. That's just the replay action of what happened to Cam earlier on. We saw him gliding in. At least he got that decent elimination credit onto Poppy Blast, but Yamzo,
oh my gosh,
Rise, everyone just in such dire straits right now, MDF. I mean, 4 builds left for Rise, performing as a solo now, and things are only going to get worse in this position. We saw these guys with 4 Flowberry Fizzes. Rise just used up the last of what he had out of the 2 that we knew he was carrying, down to a singular medkit at this point. It is incredible the way that these players have just been getting shredded, it seems like, throughout the duration of this first lobby. It just goes to show how difficult mobility can really be in this current meta.
And Taco, I don't know if you caught that, but Blake and Macwood are just racking up names after names, picking up Acorn Cold, picking up what was left of another duo just before that. Like, we're seeing, I think, some upsets right now, but one team is still in this game that I know is for certain is Peterbot and Pollo that I see there in the distance. But Rise on this wonderful solo rotate right now. He's taking so much fall damage, and then Skittles gets delivered what was left of Rise's loot there.
To be fair, Rise just really didn't have a choice. He knew he had to just go for the fastest route possible, even if it meant taking little ticks of fall damage along the way. Just happened to run out of his Flowberry Fizz, but you called it out already, MDF. Blake and Macwood have certainly been playing a lobby of their own. Nice elimination cleanup, some good refreshes. Peterbot without the Pollo.
Wow.
But 5 eliminations still racked up for this team. Definitely a nice amount of points if he's able to make a good run in this late game.
What I find more impressive is that we're inside the top 15, so there is placement points ready to be given out. Neko and Zavi just behind the wall there. Peterbot can surely see the right through those wood builds, and he tries to track him down, but couldn't get the tags there. Instead, it's Sires who falls on the edge of the zone. If Peterbot just has to hold out for a couple more seconds, and there will be critical placement points given out here. And this is where you want to be right now as a solo, but with that elevation, with the height, as the storm is pulling across. So no pressure here for him to move first. And you can see he still has the aspect of agility. Meanwhile, on high ground, EU's Mixin and Paco with 3 eliminations. And this is the best we've seen them as far as being this early in the tournament in a strong position.
If everybody else's material count is as low as Paco and Mixin's, Peterbot might not even be able to play Disruptor for the high ground as a solo. A good elimination to add to the count, though, making it 6 in total now. Peterbot still trying to play from the backside of the zone. It's only a matter of time before he encounters somebody else inside all of these other pre-existing builds, but you can see Peterbot, undeterred, still trying to make his way to secondary height. He knows that this is an unestablished layer currently. Gonna take a moment to pause, look back, spray down Bryce bolts. They're gonna be the first ones that he aggresses towards. But Peterbot, he's just trying to get a knock anywhere, finds it. Vorteca, exactly what he needed. A little bit more materials, but the punishment is steep. Goes for the refresh, gets lit up by Paco and Mixin from the high ground.
He's just so fast, finds the elimination, well inside the top 10 now. Aspect of agility being so crucial to his mobility and movement there as well, getting to the front side of the zone. We're in top 5 now. Kanata and Cooper are here, 4 eliminations. The consistency is ridiculous from Kanata and Cooper. We've seen it all week long, and now we're seeing it here in the finals, but it's not over yet. This game can go any which way with a player like Peterbot in the lobby. He is going to be disrupting everyone, but we know Paco Mixin had a little bit of high ground, but first Peterbot goes in, takes down 1 of the 2 from this duo, and now the refresh is good as well. The med kit comes out. Can he steal another placement?
He might just pull it off, but it all depends on what's taking place from the high ground above him. Kanata and Cooper doing what they can. They drop Bryce, but Paco Mixin scurrying around. They're trying to find Cooper, they're trying to find Kanata, but they might just encounter Peterbot instead. Double medallion pickup now for Paco and Mixin to split between themselves. Cooper, Kanata still from the low. Paco and Mixin hanging out up high. The zone pool, though, directly in their favor. Kanata the sneaky and the clutch to finish.
Oh my gosh! Kanata does it again with an incredible clip in the end right there. You would have thought Peterbot just gave Paco and Mixin the delivery of a lifetime, the medallion, but no, Kanata and Cooper do not stop. They don't give them a chance, and he turns the game around. What a ridiculous turn of events right now. Take a look at it one more time, Taco. Kanata steps in, drops Chris. Cooper's here, finds an elimination onto Bryce. They were just sweeping up the dust under the rug at this point.
Talk about the perfect distraction factor, though, from Cooper. Gets just enough damage off, but Kanata, that mythic gatekeeper, could not have implemented itself at a better time. Just a beautiful finish. Kanata and Cooper, all throughout the qualifiers, we saw them being one of our most consistent teams in NA. And if this weekend continues to play out the way this first lobby did, MDF, I think Peterbot and Pollo could have some threats. But it's all about Kanata and Cooper, and more so what the desk has to say on the Game 1 finish.
What did I just witness out of game number 1 of NA? Okay, guys, let's be real for a second, okay? We're in the back and we're watching game 1 unfold. And the whole time we're just like, this is one of the most chaotic games that I think we've ever seen. It's just like mass chaos. Everyone everywhere. Just, I don't even know what's going on. And then it all ends with this moment from Kanata and Cooper. My gosh, Kanata has got to be screaming. He better post his reaction to the internet, because I'm telling you, I need to go back and watch his just reaction to that. Viv, that was just disgusting.
I mean, yeah, Kanata and Cooper just full control of the low ground, picking up the refreshes, but that ending 2v2. Cooper jumping up on the side, Paco and Mixin. Remember the meta we're in. The gatekeepers, 3 shots typically in the mag for these duos to kind of work with, and they both kind of use them on Cooper. So Kanata just turns around from the other side. Boom's got that fresh gatekeeper to clean it all up. Well done by this duo.
That was absolutely wild. And we've talked about it. The casters have talked about it. They are the most consistent duo that we have seen this major. And they just proved it once again, getting the first VR of the day. I cannot wait to see if they can keep this going.
They may have just given themselves the momentum they need to walk away as champions off of just game one. Now, of course, though that was amazing, and I don't want to take away from that, I have to come like double back to Peterbot. Peterbot,
yes,
dude. In any situation like this, there's literally no reason he should have made it to top 3 in this game, and it's just like this man is built just completely different.
We playing duos? We're playing duos right now? I mean, Peterbot with the clutch of I mean, it's only game 1, right? But you got to imagine right down the line, let's say it comes down to game 12 and we're like, well, you know, Peterbot and Pollo are ahead by 20 points. The 20 points were found here by Peterbot as a solo. You know, of course, has the medallion, which makes it a little bit easier than what we're used to seeing in past seasons. But I was like, oh my gosh, like I want to see what Peterbot and Pollo are looking like. Boom, tune into them, Peterbot the solo, and I'm like, oh, this isn't what I wanted to see out of game number 1. And then he gets top 3.
It is just every time Peterbot shows up on screen, we just cannot believe it. The angles that he was going for in this situation, as well as positioning himself at the front of zone because he's noticed that everyone was congested in the backside. Absolutely incredible. And he actually takes second place overall with all of those eliminations. Absolutely incredible. Maybe one of the best solo clutches we've seen in quite a while. Of course, Kanata and Cooper still holding strong in first place, those 7 eliminations, but Zeke, what I notice is there's you know, a bit of an invasion, an European invasion happening on this top 10.
You know, when we look up into the high ground and you see Paco and Mixon, a duo from EU on high ground, you know, it's kind of like, hey, whoa, EU, you guys have your own region. You guys are good. You don't need to come over here. That was very scary, and honestly, it could have gone their way, but to see them in game 1, not only take height, but come in that second place, like the damage is done.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing here is that I'm surprised that Paco and Mixon were actually able to hold high ground. They had it in 9 zone, which typically when we see teams up there on the high ground from that zone, they just don't have enough materials to go ahead and actually hold it. And as you can see right here, they're out of builds. But again, we're talking about NA. Peterbot and Pollo have conditioned the entire region to not even mess with high ground at all. And that is why right then and there, Paco and Mixon, they go untouched the entire way. Somebody could have easily taken it from them, but because of how the region is playing out right now, they were actually able to pick up that second place with barely any builds.
And we saw this from them starting all the way in the first qualifier where they got first place out of that round 1. But a lot of people were kind of, you know, sitting it aside saying, oh, okay, well, that's round 1. But here they do it, getting second place in the first day of grand finals. That is what I love to see. Also, taking a quick look at 11th through 20th right now. Of course, some huge names here. We, of course, have Iamzo and Rise in 16th place. Right below them, Dukes and Miro. A lot of big names rounding out our top 20.
Okay, look, it's fine. Okay, everything's cool. Everything's chill. That was game number 1. We have 11 more games. 5 more today, 6 tomorrow. Everything's chill, right? Like, game 1 jitters are done. We're good. These next games are going to be incredible. Guys, Wings of Icarus, they have come out. We watched EU, apparently, and we said, Wings of Icarus, though they've been in season all season long, we're good now. We should bring those out for grand finals.
Yeah, we saw a couple teams kind of, you know, getting a little bit left behind on their rotates, and they actually had to bring out the wings. Of course, any movement, you know, mobility items in grand finals, they usually come out to shine because you want to make sure that you can kind of make some of those rotations. But what actually made it so that way a lot of teams needed to rotate, Kelly, you were talking about it, Storm Surge.
Yeah, Storm Surge has always been a constant issue, and we saw by Zone 2, Storm Surge popped, and it's something that we typically see in a grand finals where everyone wants to be a little bit more passive, especially kind of feeling out the lobby in these first few games. So it's not too atypical, but I think we were all a little bit surprised just how much Storm Surge played in that game.
And you know what else? The fact that just no one was going to high ground. Like, what happened? You know, when we watch other games like EU, for example, high grounds change in hands left, right, and center. But here, Paco and Mixon, I guess it was just them for that whole end game.
Yeah, but I mean, like, listen, you can't really blame the rest of the lobby either. We saw a bunch of duos kind of struggling on that rotate rate. We saw about 10 teams hit a rift under Rift Island. None of the teams are really looked at during that mid to end game looked like they had any surmountable amount of builds to actually maintain into that end game with a good amount right there. And it just comes down to that Storm Surge. A lot of them investing stuff because of how it's playing out right now.
When you're talking about the Rift and Rift Island, though, I do have to give a shout out to Cam because he lived way too long. I thought he was going to go down so many times and inevitably goes down to the likes of Peter Bot, but definitely bringing up some placement points in that play.
For sure, for sure. I want more games. Game number 2 of the grand finals are ready. So let's send it back on over to the casters to jump on that bus.
Thank you, Zeke. And I think an excellent point was made. That game, it was just shambles town for so many teams in the mid game, just considering how populated it was zone after zone.
It really did feel like everybody was kind of in build poverty throughout the course of that first lobby MDF. And most importantly of all, it just really seemed as if a lot of teams were starting engagements, but they weren't able to actually truly finish them off. There would often be third-party interference, which would kind of cause a little bit more scatter than anything else. And so you're investing all those resources, but we got to see how match number 2 actually breaks down for everybody else.
That's right, Grand Finals game number 2 is here, and lucky for us, we get to watch it. Front row seats to all this action. Man, what a way to kick off Grand Finals here for NA. I was surely at the edge of my seat, and just judging by the community's reaction, it feels like everyone else was as well. But first, let's jump in with these battles here that are going to be kicking off at these drop spots. Muzz and Paper, we already know, had a bit of a close one, right? Coming out of game 1, if you guys missed that, and it could have went either which way. They actually ended up rotating out super early, missing out on tons of loot.
Yeah, the only thing that Muzz and Paper really got to take advantage of in the first lobby was that slurp truck, but even then, you typically want to be able to maintain some semblance of a loot path, and that's something that Cold and Acorn are currently trying to interfere against the likes of Yasir and Krizix. Yasir on the ropes right now, though, just getting completely ran down by both Cold and Acorn. A couple of tags coming in so far. Frenziato putting in some work here. Cold, though, recognizing just how slippery Yasir actually is, but with no shields and no coverage, Cold gonna get credit for his first elimination. Second one going through as well, since Krizix was already knocked, but a nice job here from Cold. Didn't even waste any time in terms of capitalizing, clearing out one of the more direct threats to their loot path at Fencing Fields.
Let's jump in with Clix and Epic Whale here at the Lavish layer as well, contested by another duo. Coffee Blast and Dragon not picking up the hint that was left during the qualifying weeks. It seems like they feel like this is their best odds here for the Grand Finals, and they've continued to stick out this drop. Now, we do know Epic Whale and Clix had good damage early on in game number 1. However, it was in the mid to later phases of the game where they were a part of that wider pack of players and duos that just had a tough time. They slipped behind there. Trashy and Skittles here at the Pleasant Plaza. Also, highly contested area. There's no safe spots here on the Grand Final stage.
No safe spots anywhere on the map. Paper, though, full advantage against Acorn. Acorn had no idea. It's like whack-a-mole, the way that Paper just pops up. Gets that initial shot. Cold left to fend for himself here. Luckily, it's early enough that unless Paper and Muzz opt to try and camp Acorn's reboot card, which is a very real possibility in a Grand's lobby, but for the most part, Cold probably just going to choose to stick around until he gets an opportunity to grab that reboot card, look to bring Acorn back into this one. That was crazy.
I don't know if it's going to be easy for Cold. I'm looking at the map, and I'm seeing many teams start to pull up right now. Rise is here. Curly and Raze are sitting right there. They might have actually just found them for all we know at this moment.
Definitely a better loot situation, though, to start this one off for Muzz and Paper. These are loadouts they can actually continue these fights with. You could see it in the way that they're trying to scout the rest of Fencing Fields out from the top of these rooftops. Rise, also alone, lost the Yamzo along the way. And he's going to opt to actually fall back entirely. Recognizes still a little bit too much foot traffic in the vicinity here at Fencing Fields for him to want to get involved. They'll have to look for a reboot van elsewhere, but it's a dangerous situation trying to traverse the map right now as a solo. So many teams likely to be starting their Surge towers, looking for pick-off opportunities. That brings us right back to square one here at Lavish Lair. I do find it funny though, earlier today even Clicks on socials asking somebody tell Poppy Blast and Dragon to come contest us. And it seems as though Poppy Blast and Dragon, they had initially switched over from Lavish Lair, trying to take their odds at the estate station, where they'd be contested against Victor and B-Dog, but kind of just stuck in the middle as far as where they want to drop.
It's like tags coming in. There's a Surge tower off to the side there at the Eastern Hill. Poppy Blast looking for a new angle right now. And yeah, Clicks and Epic Whale probably welcoming this duo here because they did win every one of their engagements throughout the week. So you know the confidence is there. Welcoming in what could be easier amounts of Surge damage. But all in all, Cold and Acorn, right? One of the big teams knocked out very early this game. So game 2 already shaking things up. Jump in with Pars and Baka, who had 42 points coming into this as well. Another top placing team right now, struggling here to maintain a position right here. Baka's gonna drop those heals. That's a sign saying, hey man, you might have to heal me a little bit if these walls go down and you don't get to pick me up.
Of course, Trashy and Skittles, but they get a little bit too preoccupied. Skittles already ate one tag from Peterbot. Peterbot might have actually been the saving grace here unintentionally for Pars and Baka. Skittles was 1000% trying to close in, potentially looking to key Pars and Baka in the process, but instead, because of Peterbot and Pollo making this rotation, they've isolated Skittles now. Trashy, a little bit of a sticky spot here, wants to find a way to reunite with his duo, but he's gonna have to wait until Peterbot and Pollo make their first move, and sure enough, Peterbot gonna be the first one to depart. Things still picking up though here at Pleasant Piazza, and a solo has been spotted out. Peterbot wastes no time applying a singular tag, 61 damage straight to the chest, and he's still just gonna keep things rolling.
That's big, big damage, right? You got to think about how much that adds up. You find several body tags, those DMRs, and all of a sudden you're very much soaring high. Take a look at this. We haven't really got to jump in Re and Ritual. It seems like they were dropped so early in the last game. They didn't really get to get their situation established, but this game looking much better right now as Ritual has an elimination. Sizing up the team and hits the headshot through the ramp right there. What a incredible tag, and then straight in for the elimination, wasting no time and boxing out the teammate. The 290 on the down body as well, just capitalizing on the damage right now. That is exactly what you want to do. And they're not going to have to worry about anything for the early and mid game. At this point, if I'm them, I'm just basing up and vibing out for the remainder of this one. This should put Re and Ritual right back into the swing of things.
Fully maxed out. That's what it seems like. Pars Baka, though, back at Pleasant Piazza. They found an opportunity here, and they will make sure to punish Yumi. Finds himself eliminated. Back to the battle bus, waiting for lobby number 3 to depart. So good stuff coming out of Pars and Baka as they look to try and defend their turf. Clicks and Epic. Very similar encounters. Poppy Blast, Dragon, unable to hold the floors, just getting chopped and mopped up here at Lavish Lair. You can tell a little bit of confusion, a little bit of, yeah, I don't know, man, maybe we should just go back to a state station, but Clicks and Epic, they want this fight every single day of the week. And it's a very familiar situation for them when they're contested. They love being contested because it's just Surge, man.
Yeah, you can tell Poppy Blast really did feel like they had it. I mean, they definitely had the height advantage, the natural cover going for them, but at the end of the day, I mean, you're just contending very, very top-tier duos, arguably in their prime right now. You know, we haven't seen a better Clicks, right? In the last year or so. Epic Whale can be argued that he is also very much in his prime right now. So tough fight for them. We'll see what ends up translating onto that. Here's a quick look at Peterbot and Pollo having to use up their mythical bananas here as they wait out the bunker to open up here. And there it is, just on cue. Epic I was gonna say, I thought for a second there, Boyo was just waiting to get knocked, but everything's okay. You just see that thermal scope, man, coming in so clutch here when it comes down to putting down these long-range tags here, making it as clear as day to land your shots.
Still not easy to do, though, and Peterbot just makes it seem otherwise. All the while, topside north of the map, Classy Courts, Dukes and Miro still hanging around inside of the storm. These early one-tick zones, though, nothing to really pose too many issues at, but for Dukes and Miro to still be lurking nearby, they're definitely just trying to utilize the launch pads, but also clearly trying to scope out if there's any teams or players that they could look to pinpoint and get some further surge on. Last lobby, we saw Miro lighting up that elimination feed for starters. And granted, they did encounter a little bit of a hiccup that put an early end to their run during the mid-game of that first lobby, but the last time that we saw Dukes and Miro compete together, they won Chapter 2 Season 8 Grand Royale. Seeing if they can repeat some of that magic here now, Chapter 5 Season 2.
Yeah, Dukes is just such a hit-or-miss player. If you have him when he's on fire, I mean, things go relatively well. As you can see, he's wrapped up those FNCS championships. He's put big numbers on the board, but for Batman, Booga, and Rapid here, things are not looking too hot for them. They're just struggling to get by here deep inside the storm right now. Other action happening all around the Fortnite world, though, as we're just bending into the mid-game of game number 2. Take a look at Richo and Reek continuing the onslaught here. This time, it's on to a very unfortunate Brayden here, who was trying to get away. And take a look, it's raining loot in the elevator shaft right there. That's going to put Ritual and Reap up to 3 eliminations, now sitting on a surplus of heals inside of their base. Unfortunately, though, the zone is looking like it's going to start trending to pull a bit further, so Ritual might be looking to make a bit of an early move, right? Not only for the material, but likely for the positioning here.
Just making sure to make full use of everything available to them on the map. That bush going to provide some nice coverage, but very clearly, Rachel and Reet are not going to be able to find anybody else just yet, so they're going to have to get things moving. Oliver OG and Larson, though, this has been a little bit of a trek for them, coming out of Breezy Coast now, a little bit further south here at the Reckless Railways. Handful of teams stuck inside the middle of this POI currently. Both Oliver and Larson trying to apply some tag pressure, but they might have to get a move on. They don't want to find themselves getting caught behind everybody else. Makes things all too easy to become the focal point of the lobby if you're the last ones to rotate in.
Talking about being focused on Cease right here. Very, very hurt. Worse for wears, but Jack putting up the defense on his own here. Doesn't need a teammate here, but Cease says, you know what? I'm coming back to give you the support here from Jack's perspective. It's looking too easy here. But no, doesn't have a chance to reload. Has to get out here, and all of a sudden now finds himself boxed up and then tagged. Unfortunate as he lets his guard down onto Zyro. And Zyro shows you why he deserves a seat at the FNCS as he clutches up big time for him and his teammate. What a trade and an exchange of events there.
All Jack needed was a second to get that reload off. But C's already just too tagged up, too low on HP. 0 to hero with that last trade off, though, MDF. Lin probably ecstatic at the fact that his teammate just managed to close that one up. Granted, whether or not it really helps their endgame is a different story entirely, so we'll have to check back in with them because they were relatively deep inside of the zone. Mixon and Paco making sure to take full advantage of some of these stragglers. Threats finds himself getting a little bit keyed here by Mixon and Paco. They definitely want to try and run him down if possible, but they've got caught from behind by Sphinx, who's just barely managed to make his way to reunite with his duo. Paco now in a little bit of a tough position. Mixon trying to trade blow for blow here, but it's Threats who's going to get eliminated first. Sphinx also down to about half HP, having to expend even more of what remains of his resources. This could be a prime opportunity here for Mixon and Paco, but the last of the splashes have been used by Sphinx. He looks like he just wants to bail.
Yeah, that was crazy right there for Sphinx to find those big tags through the edits, but I'm also questioning the fact that he actually used those splashes. Like he could have easily popped a big pot there. So now the pressure is on, the clock is ticking here, and ultimately it's going to be that much more difficult, I think, for him to survive and weather the damage here, as you have teams everywhere right now. Desperation starting to kick in here for Sphinx, as he's probably looking ahead to say to himself that he will need a lot of damage as he's lost his duo mate. So we'll see what develops with that team. I think Paco and Mixon were very much in the right to push the team, though, as they need it, right? They're uncontested, I believe, right now. They didn't have any eliminations there. We know they did well when they were contested in the set lobby qualifier weeks. However, when they were uncontested, I mean, things were not very good for them. So trying to keep up the pace here, Taco, is what I think I'm watching develop.
It's also just the fact that Threads kind of looked like he was a solo there as well. When you consider just how far back Sphinx was, the fact that he's coming from behind Mixon and Paco. Tragic stuff, though, for Lin Game. Raze on his lonesome with 2 eliminations. Zero going to get picked off in the elimination feed by Trashy. All these teams caught inside of the storm, just having a really difficult time trying to actually rotate into zone. Trashy and Skittles right next to the edge, but even they kind of fully understand the fact that other teams have already managed to base ahead, put themselves in a more advantageous position for tags. Raze, though, respect the attempt. He gets the reboot ban reward that he was looking for, but not a whole lot of white heals to work with. This has got to be a straight up go, go, go situation for Curly and Raze if they want to make it inside of the zone.
Couldn't agree more, but let's jump into the top of the standings. Let's jump in with our Game 1 standing leaders here. Kanata and Cooper, who currently have 0 eliminations and just 17 damage above this threshold right now. So this is not an ideal situation by any means. Kanata and Cooper will have to actively look for fights right now and or players on this rotate. Luckily, there are so many to choose from right now. Wonderful tag there onto Thatch to slow down his momentum, and they just have options here in the distance as they're holding the edge of the storm right now. So I can see this going very well for Kanata and Cooper, but ultimately they have been one of the most consistent teams and duos we have watched play this week, and they have not let us down yet. Talking about, I'd say, one of the biggest surprises is actually Blake and Macwood's performances. Generally, that Game 1 was a show-off performance, but right now, so far below the surge here, I'm wondering if they're going to be able to claw their way out of this one.
They definitely don't want to find themselves having to expend all of these valuable resources on just surviving these Surge Storm tags, but it might be the true outcome that they're left to deal with. Blake and Macwood also getting lit up by Decay and Sigma, and they're not the only ones taking shots at them. Waterbending Mythics spraying inside of their builds. These wood walls not doing them any favors in terms of drawing even more lobby attention. Blake and Macwood so incredibly low on resources. Macwood's gonna wind up falling. Credits to Decay on that one. Third-party assistance from the Storm Surge itself. Sigma trying to close the gap now as Blake looks to retreat. Will find momentary relief, but as soon as he starts expending some of that Flowberry Fizz, you can tell Sigma and Decay contemplating, do we want to chase this guy down? Instead, they're going to look forward. They realize that they position first. They can always turn back around and try to light up Blake as he makes his way up the mountainside. But this elevation just so unforgiving for a solo. Blake does what he can to try and keep himself standing. Decent tag into Walkers, but Walkers with a distinct health advantage here. And Blake doesn't have many builds left to work with either.
I mean, I respect the movement. I respect the ability to not give up right now. 20 HP here. He hasn't gotten any easier. No tags in the mix here. Walkers earns himself the points. You know, that could have been any one of them, but it's going to be Walkers who earns those quick 4 right there. So well played for him. 2 eliminations right now leading into this end game essentially here is going to end his run. But at least it wasn't for nothing. Other notable names I'm seeing up: Clicks, Epic Whale, Miro, Muzz, Paper down there in the distance here. And there you can see just now, fully finisher, Clix and Epic Whale sitting up at 4 eliminations, and once again, not too good as far as overall inventory is concerned for this game right now. It makes you wonder what is going wrong with their strategy here. It doesn't feel like a surge. It feels like it's something else to do with these zones. However, that's going to end it for Clix right now.
Just a brutal rotate to try and make. So much congestion already cooling at the base of the mountainside. That's the thing. It's that it's the base of the mountain. It's just practically impossible to scale at this point. Epic will at least drop for some of the materials that Clix had to offer, but as a solo from this far up that he has to climb to get to the next zone, he can hear the shots surrounding him. It's going to be incredibly difficult for even a player like Epic to get in a solid placement performance here.
Well, we know it's not possible, as Peterbot has shown us before that anything can happen. On that note, Boyo is alive here as we're getting into this end game, and we are looking at consistency starting to come to fruition here. Tyler and Curve also had a very good game one, and they're also in this end game right now. Continue to keep eyes on that sleeper duo right there, but first we got Kanata and Cooper here on the rotate. This is a hard zone to make work for you, as you have to go up and over the mountain or decide to try to swing wide and stay around it and be at the mercy of all the teams positioned underneath you. But look at this. Loses Cooper in the process, forced to play for himself, and as he gets over, it's almost like you break the horizon there. He finds an opportunity to base down, and for how much longer will this be safe? We'll just have to find out as we just getting into the placement points now. Zone's gonna pull his way.
We're talking about how difficult these kinds of zones can be to navigate with these vicious elevation changes, but for a team like Peterbot and Pollo, this is where that aspect of agility really gets an opportunity to shine. They've already managed to establish a little bit of height over the rest of the lobby, but even on their last rotate, just 2 dashes, they save so much material in comparison to everybody else. There's no river of sticks for players to actually acquire any underworld dashes. Mixin, Paco,
Peterbot knocked Paco from the ultimate height straight down, and I was just about to celebrate the fact that all top 3 of our teams coming out of game 1 were still alive right now, and then all of a sudden Peterbot says, hold up, monster, let me drop Paco for a second and make it that much more difficult now. And just like that, we might be seeing a bit of an opportunity here open up.
The other issue too, so many of these teams are gonna get suffocated inside of these secondary height layers because nobody wants to drop the ultimate low. If the zone pulls back over the elevation change, you're stuck. You're not going to be able to scale your way back up that mountain, at least without not getting lit up in the process. And that's kind of the position that we see Kanata in. Even with a little bit of Flowberry Fizz, he's going to have to rely on the wings now. But as soon as he tries to fly, he is immediately shot down from the sky.
And that's huge. That's to the hands of Tyler. Tyler, who was inside the top 5 coming into this game right here. So a big elimination for him. Directly dropping those that are contending him on the standings here. Epic Whale's going to fall as well inside the top 20, but it's Mixin who's alive holding the base here. And we all know who's the eyes in the skies. It's Peterbot and Boyo who have the prime positioning here over the lobby. Notably, though, Dukes is up, Miro is up. They're eyeing the second height, and you know they're not going to let it go for free here. So Peterbot and Boyo still have plenty of threats here in the lobby. Re and Ritual from the bottom of the standings are already jumping up here in game 2 as well with an exceptional performance. This game is starting to come together.
Peterbot also only has that DMR. It's going to be difficult to try and suppress some of these lower layers, even with that advantageous position. But zone pool, everybody's on the move yet again. Miro getting lit up in every which direction. Doesn't even know which player he wants to prioritize first, but he doesn't have to make that decision. Eliminated. That's going to be the end of his Lobby 2 run. Curve now sliding by as much foot traffic as possible. Gonna box up the last of his builds and just try to play it safe, hoping that nobody can scout him out just yet. It's all about the placement points at this stage.
Yep, Vixen down as well to the hands of Reet and Ritual there. Pen took down Dukes. So that's going to be the end for them as well. Curve just holding on here, trying to earn anything. He makes it to the top 10. Now top 9. Curve clutching up to stay relevant on the leaderboards. And in the end now, we have quite the game unfolding here as Peterbot and Boy are running through the builds pretty quickly, but no one is looking to challenge them on high ground. Instead, it is like fish in the barrel getting lit up here. Aaron's hurt. Down comes Peterbot for the refresh here, puts the box and the walls down. They recognize there's a duo there. That's Reet. That's Ritual. Take a look at their perspective. Still very, very healthy. They're trying to find eliminations here, find points, but the storm, this edge of the mountain is so difficult to traverse right here.
Reet needs these builds, though, that Hakio could potentially have to offer. Ritual also going to follow through on this. Hakio, Mayfishy just barely clinging on for some moments longer. Oliver OG actually going to finish what Reet and Ritual had started. 7 total eliminations between the two of them as well is a nice point acquisition, but finally, Oliver OG, this triple Flowberry Fizz loadout might just benefit another one of these teams down below as he continues to try and follow from one zone to the next, all on his own.
Yeah, Oliver just doesn't have enough time to actually heal up at this point. Chubbs is going to fall here. It's up to Aviv. Aviv finds Oliver OG there. That's going to be the Siphon pickup for himself. Did Chubbs drop the material? I'm not sure he managed to, but there it is. The elimination comes through. Reet and Ritual cleaning up the bottom of the low ground here and now. We're in a 2v2 situation, but there's no Peterbot. It's just Boyo here who has to take on Reet and Ritual, who have played so smart. But Boyo goes into the storm, opting to take damage for the little bit of mats, and honestly, he might be able to suffocate out Reet and Ritual if they don't have enough to actually climb here.
But they both got at least 2 bananas split between each other. Poyo, not a whole lot of HP to work with either. Reet, recognizing the fact that Poyo is definitely suffering to some extent here, chopping through trees, trying to continue following up through these past height builds that he has. Just that little bit of leverage could make all the difference, but Ritual, Reet, they are still climbing this mountain, trying to tackle Poyo. They finally get him down, and they finally go for the finish. Ritual and Reet stealing this one away from Peterbot and Poyo.
And they honestly fought tooth and nail all the way through. We actually highlighted the fact that Reet and Ritual had a very, very slow start, not making that appearance in game 1, and then all of a sudden they start off with 3 elims, and they continue to keep the train on the tracks all the way through here. Game number 2. Well played for them. Take a look at it. Back one more time, Reet and Ritual find Aviv. They find Peterbot. They quite literally determined the win for themselves right there, Taco, as they have taken the opportunity away from Peterbot and Boyo.
Part of the risk involved when you're playing from Peterbot's position, trying to go grab the materials, the resources from those refreshes that Peterbot and Boyo were picking up, but just a beautiful job by Ritual and Reet. They truly masterclassed the low ground in this one.
Yeah, and although Peterbot and Poyo didn't win, though, they earned a lot of points, keeping them up at the standings there, Zeke.
Man, this was a brutal zone. Oh my gosh. Old Man Mountain always takes his toll. But for Reet and Ritual, they had just enough of the pieces to put together that victory royale. Stolen from Peterbot and Poyo. That is what we like to see. Vivid, you were wrong.
Yeah, if you guys are wondering, listen, 7th zone, I saw it was going over that mountain. I was like, yeah, this is a Peterbot and Poyo win. And, you know, I was close, but Peterbot dropping down perhaps a little too early right now, making it a little bit too risky. And Ritual and Reet, though, capitalizing instantly. Full dominance on the low ground. I'm not sure, Kelly, how they were so healthy over such a tough zone.
Well, if you notice right there, a lot of teams actually aren't staying on the extreme low, unlike Reet and Ritual. So they're able to do this, chop the teams that are just above them and grab a bunch of eliminations. So they were actually kind of a little bit safer in these low grounds because of how vertical the zone was pulling. So many people didn't want to get stuck on the low ground there. But Vivid, you have to give yourself a little bit more credit. There was about 20 teams left, and you literally said it was going to be Peterbot and Poyo versus Reet and Ritual. So obviously the script is being shared around here, but obviously I am so excited for Reet and Ritual. We haven't really talked a lot about them this major, but last major, they were the favorites to win, so it's good to see them coming back strong.
Yeah, and this was just game 2, right? So everything's fine. We just got to continue this momentum. Right now, we're trying to chip away at this, right? We're trying to get a lead so that going into day number 2, when we have a 1.5 times multiplier, we are just that much ahead of the competition. Peterbot and Pollo, my goodness, that was one of a crazy game indeed, and could have been theirs. But as MDF said, you know, unfortunately getting picked off in those final few moments. And of course, shout outs to Pollo there, kind of sitting on the high ground, just doing everything he could to try and maybe pull out a W. But listen, Vivid, 2nd place, that's still a bunch of points. And with the eliminations they got, this is big for them.
Oh yeah, 100%. Honestly, listen, yeah, maybe a little bit of a throw, Peterbot. We did see him kind of drop down into the box where he hit a crazy shot to kind of close that one out. 2v1 going to be easy for them in that regard. But the thing that I want to note here is that first 2 games, listen, Peterbot and Pollo are getting that medallion extremely fast, and they're not even hanging around Grim Gate. They're immediately dipping to the south and claiming so much space on the map, and then usually backtracking actually to go ahead and grab a bunker. So their strategy right now is honestly working out, and if they can consistently not only get the medallion but also a bunker, then yeah, I mean, over the course of the next 10 games, they're just going to run away with this thing.
Yeah, regardless of if they didn't grab this victory royale this game or the last, we know that consistency is key, and they are super consistent right now. But it's only been 2 games, so much can happen. But we do have to speak. We already talked about it, but Peterbot there dropping down and going. I think it's because he got a little overconfident. I've seen Peterbot and Pollo so frequently will throw their dash coin 4 or 5 layers to each other because they're just so used to no one paying attention to high ground. And I think Peterbot felt a little bit more confident there as well, because he already dropped down around zone 10 to be able to grab all the loot, and it worked. No one shot at him, so I think he tried to do it again. But unfortunately, when you're going up against an aggressive duo like Reet and Ritual, it's not going to work every time.
Tough to see when no one looks up at high ground. And I'm not sure what's going on. Let's just stop giving Peterbot Pollo free high ground. All right, guys, we can't let that happen, because look at what happens just after 2 games. Look at this lead that's starting to form. Vivid, they're starting to ramp up, and this is just game 2.
And I'll be honest with you, we haven't even seen like a crazy performance from them, right? Like we're looking, you know, we're used to seeing like 15 eliminations. So, you know, we got to keep our eyes peeled on Peterbot and Pollo, but look at how these performances can really tell a different story on these leaderboards so quickly. I mean, 45 places up for Ritual and Reet right there. A good game. And then also Kanata and Cooper, we've been talking about them, a very consistent team usually, but going down in 21st place with 0 eliminations that game.
For me, though, I'm still seeing that 3rd place team. That's Paco and Mixon. Of course, Paco went down a little early around 8th zone, but Mixon did a pretty good job staying alive there. Of course, we do have some other duos there. Oliver to OG currently sitting in our top 10, but yeah, I want to focus back onto Paco and Mixon here.
Yeah, why don't we actually not even focus on Paco and Mixon? Take a look at that zone. I mean, all the way over there on the eastern side of the map. And then look, as soon as, you know, we go into 8th zone, it just keeps pulling west. So not only did all of those teams have to come back over the top of that mountain, but it just keeps going further and further.
I also do want to mention by zone 2, Mixon had waterbending, DMR, and a sniper, which Vivid was, you were a little bit credulous about.
Well, I mean, hey, all good weapons to go ahead and get that Storm Surge right. And we've seen them actually struggle with Storm Surge multiple times. And it looks like, yeah, they made it to the end game that one, but couldn't necessarily keep up on the rotates.
Yeah, not all the games are going to go quite like this, right, guys? I mean, this was just one of the most brutal zones I think we've ever seen. And I did really quickly want to highlight the duo in 2nd place, Curve and Tyler. These guys are going crazy. 78 placement points, 12 eliminations. They're looking to keep pace with Peterbot and Pollo, right? They want that #1 spot, and they'd love to end this weekend in the top 3 to secure a spot to the global championships. But as time draws closer, so does the next game. Remember, we have 4 more to go here before we say goodbye and then prepare for tomorrow's action. Guys, it is almost that time. Anything you want to see done differently in this next one, Vivid?
Yeah, I want to see Peterbot and Pollo close this one out. Get the win.
I want more wings, everyone with wings in the lobby. We've already seen like 10 duos do it. Let's get all 50.
Bust out the wings of Icarus, everyone. Find your seats on the battle bus as we kick it on over to the casters for game number 3 of Grand Finals.
Thank you, Zeke, and I agree. We're seeing a lot here, and I don't want to see the same things continue. I want to see new happening, like Reet and Ritual seasoned duos, of course, jumping up into the standings, really showing us that a seasoned duo like them can take a win if you make a mistake, regardless of how good you've been, Taco.
Right, and that's the other thing too, is that for some of our up-and-comers, I mean, already had a quick shout there to Curve and Tyler, but at the same time, when you look at what Peterbot and Ploy have accomplished so far today, a 3rd place, 2nd place finish, they need to get somebody to put the pause in, but for Vivid, we'll see whether or not they get the victor morale here in lobby number 3.
Will we see another team continue to rise up, or will Peterbot and Boyo continue the domination from where they left off? Coming out of the dual cash cups, leading into the first couple of weeks of the qualifiers, they gave us a questionable semifinals performance, leaving us all wondering if whether or not they really are the true duo of the season. But finals, man, they are showing up as if they never, ever slow down the pace here. And honestly, the numbers are telling us a story in its own here at the Grim Gate. The strategy is known, though. They go straight for that medallion, and now we know that they leave the drop spot looking for battles. But let's jump back in here. Cold and Acorn was taken out fairly early coming out of last game after picking up their first 2 eliminations. What went wrong for them?
Well, for starters, it was Paper who really put a whole pin in their plan. That surprise pump that he had onto Acorn, while Acorn and Cold were trying to loot up inside of fencing fields, it just truly caught that duo off guard. It forced Cold to be in a situation where he's running around as a solo with like 3 other teams surrounding him, and that made it impossible for him to actually be able to prioritize a decent loot path, build up any sort of materials. And again, it's pretty quick just how fast the action could get going here. Booga and Agers, of course, being contested at Mount Olympus, they're gonna waste no time. One more time, taking down Zeus and Pix. Back-to-back eliminations that have posed fairly well for this team so far.
I was gonna say, I noticed while we were looking at that replay that Blake was caught as a casualty in the feed there as well. So I do wonder if the Grand Glacier is looking a little hotter than the usual cool temperatures going on over there. Here's a look at Zyro and Lin Kame. We saw Zyro, of course, with a big clutch up in the storm there against Cease and Jack, but it does seem like their drop spot is generally contested here. This offshore location right now by the Underworld.
Crazy to think that there's 3 separate teams this far west of the map. Keep in mind, Zavi Neko, they also like to drop a little bit northwest of that Underworld location. They could potentially look to third party what's happening just south of them, but Batman, Booga, and Rapid have definitely found themselves in a pretty tight spot for all 3 lobbies so far today. We've oftentimes caught them, even if they've made it into the mid game. They're low on materials, they're low on surge. It's just been a really rough start to the day for them. And considering how they just slunk in from semis, it seems as though their surge strategy and game plan overall has just been a little bit tight to solidify, but that's the beauty of this competition though, MDF, is that Grands, you've got 2 days to work with, and the 1.5 times point multiplier in day 2 could go crazy for some of these teams.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of comeback stories happen on that day 2 with the point multiplier. I mean, it really just shows you, regardless of how well you play on the first day, 1.5 times the additional points. I mean, a couple pop-off performances and you are making tens, if not hundreds of thousands of more dollars just as far as prizing is concerned. And let's not forget, ultimately, one of the biggest prizes, you know, FNCS championship pickaxe aside, because we all love our cosmetics, is of course top 3 are going straight to the global championships, the in-person event happening here in Dallas, Texas. That's going to be exciting. That is what is really the icing on the cake, I'd say, as far as the celebratory FNCS championships that are being fought for here today.
Also makes things a little bit more interesting though, because again, when you look at a team like Peterbot and Poyo, who've had top 3 placements in both lobbies that have occurred so far here today, 1.5 times point multiplier could also prevent anybody else from catching up. Baka has just caught Bacon. Pars on the run now. Baka trying to see if he could squirm his way out of this one. Barely manages to create a little bit of space, but no shield. Trying to remember exactly where TK was last spotted at, but he doesn't have an opportunity to go for that just yet. He has to focus more so on just getting his shield recovery in general. Raze and Curly, that third-party engagement has just thwarted Baka and Pars' plans here to run down TK and Bacon at restored reels.
We're seeing really good performances out of Baka and Pars, but yeah, not looking too good right now in these game 3 right here. And honestly, just I'd say overall, as they were up at 76 points and things slowing down for them. So luckily for them, they're going to be able to go ahead and slide out of here before things go any more south for them right now. You can see the effects of the battle starting to weigh into their material count. So this should allow them to continue to have a good chance here at the game. But take a look at it one more time from Baka's perspective. Jumps in and just fries Bacon, quite literally right there. On the other side, Bugha and Agers getting active here. Curve and Tyler, they do have to be careful. Although Bugha and Agers are not having the hottest start to their tournament, Curve and Tyler have. And this is a team that can surely shut down your momentum if you make a mistake.
Without a doubt, but also because of the hot start that this duo has gotten off to, it is rather likely that Curve and Tyler, they've already got 2 eliminations. They don't necessarily need to fight against the likes of Bugha and Agers. Sure, if Bugha and Agers are going to continue to try and force the issue, then yeah, we might see Tyler and Curve be willing to take that box fight, but it's going to have to start with Agers and Bugha dropping to where Tyler and Curve are at. They're more than happy to just continue expending their resources. Even though Agers has this waterbending mythic with infinity ammo, that is depleting a good amount of hard materials from Curve and Tyler. At the same time, Curve and Tyler are in such a good position on the leaderboard, they don't want to take unnecessary risks.
Very interesting. While that's happening, Mira and Dukes are just exchanging tags down here, finding Hazins and likely Magia Jr. shortly after. Take a look at this shot. Right on through the builds there, making it look easy. And then pressure on the other side. Boyo dives in onto Chance here, dashes past Aaron and finishes the job. Boyo falls here, and Peterbot forced to step up now. But it's the third party that's putting in the damage, throwing off the engagement here for a second, and luckily that third party found the Elim and then backed off there, not recognizing that Peterbot was actually hurt and Boyo was down. And what could have been the opportunity for the rest of the lobby now opens back up for Peterbot here, because they get to pick up all this loot, right? It's not bad by any means. Uh-oh. Curve and Tyler, though, turning that battle around. We talked about it. You keep poking the bear, you're going to force them to fight. And Agers didn't really have a lot of mats. That's why Bugha was down there farming. And look, the tables have turned now as Curve and Tyler have the high ground here. But this just might have to be an all-or-nothing situation. I don't see Curve and Tyler walking away from this one.
Curve and Tyler, we're just trying to fend their position. But now it seems as though they might actually have a chance to shut down Bugha and Agers. Instead, though, Flowberry Fizz just going to scale up Mount Olympus, maybe recognizing the fact that there's just not enough materials for them to want to extend this fight any further. Not to mention, Curve having just spotted out another team being Sphinx and Threads directly underneath the building for fighting Zeus inside of Mount Olympus. This could be a really tough spot now for Curve and Tyler to actually rotate out of. They've drawn some attention, some very unwanted attention at that. And all the while, Bugha and Agers, they seem like they might be a little bit better off than where Curve and Tyler are currently at, but for the most part, Curve and Tyler are completely stuck.
Yeah, there's a team there in the distance. You saw them trying to tag them up, just didn't work out. Agers is going to get knocked here to the storm, and I mean, you know Curve and Tyler are going to be seeing this. They're going to be reading the situation, and they do end up tracking him down and find and sideline Bugha back to the lobby. Another huge point swing here now for Curve and Tyler, just cushioning their situation here on the standings as they are slowly but surely maintaining a solidified position amongst the top 5 right now. You love to see new teams finding their opportunities and chances here on the FNCS stage.
Yeah, but for Booga and Agers, you got to be careful what you're wishing for. They wanted that fight earlier on, and they got it, but not in the way that they had been intending. Muzz, Paper also trying to extend their engagement up against the likes of Raze and Curly. Curly getting lit up, half shield already. Muzz, Paper just barreling down on the front side of these walls. Muzz now gonna split his direction just a little bit, side by side now with Paper. Trying to see if he can get another line of sight established to take down either Raze or Curly. But they're just pushing this duo even further back, suppressing them inside of their own builds.
You
gotta be quick about it.
Muzz very, very smart. Holding the cone there gives you full visibility, recognizing that the team was changing layers there. And just playing super smart with the angles there. This is why Muzz is an exceptional player in these types of situations. And although they have 0 mats, I mean, still very, very much dangerous as you're seeing this fight play out here. But the biggest danger, I'd say, is TK, who's lurking right behind them, waiting for his opportunity to pounce out.
Oh, but this could be tragic for Paper. Health absolutely depleted at this point. Fortunately enough, Muzz did have one final medkit to spare. But now that leaves Muzz with a Soul Banana as his resource for white HP. Kind of just crouch walking around currently. Here at Restored Reels, TK still lingering. Hasn't had a chance yet to try and rotate out, but Muzz and Paper, they really just want an opportunity to try and refarm some of their materials, and one more team gonna join the mix here as well, Cease and Jack.
This might be a little clash of titans here. Epic Whale Clicks versus Kanata. And Cooper down low, team up in the distance. Clicks missing these very, very important tags right here. For Epic Whale, needed that damage right there. Fortunately, not gonna alleviate the pressure from that team, but they don't want to peek for too long. Meanwhile, Cooper and Kanata, much different conversation for their loadout. Their situation in this tournament is spectacular right here, all things considering.
Coming out of Carolyn's Crossing as well, Cooper and Kanata have covered a decent amount of ground. Wing's gonna help them, slightly quicker rotation. It is incredibly efficient for these short spurts of rotations. Epic and Clicks though, left or right, pick which way you want to try and fire back. Empen and Palm, Cooper, Kanata, two teams you do not want to be caught in the crossfires of. And poor Clicks and Epic Whale, they're just stuck in the middle.
Just a whirlwind of trouble everywhere for them, unfortunately. You know, I respect Bolts looking down the shining light of what seems to be a sniper or something. I wouldn't, I know that for a fact, but Bolts is there to trade. Nothing comes out of it though, unfortunately. They don't find the tags they were looking for. The standings, however, giving us the update. They're in 6th place here, inside that top 10 comfortably right now. We jump back with Clicks and Epic Whale. Again, material count starting to dwindle here, but a new team enters into the conversation. It's Rapid and Batman Booga here, but the fight for the capture point, right? Clicks and Epic desperately need this here. The first time we see them positioned up on the Rift Island here. What comes out of it? Plenty of upgrades here. That's a good capture point there. And now I think confidence is probably surging right now through Clicks.
Maybe just a little bit. The fact that they got away from that initial sandwich situation they were just in is impressive enough as is. But Clicks and Epic, even though they got the capture point, they know that there's at least 1 or 2, if not more, teams surrounding them here at the Rift Island. They've got to be careful while looking for an opportunity to refarm some materials. Definitely an ample amount of brick here on Rift Island, but Cooper and Kanata potentially be under duress here. All depends on how desperate Clicks and Epic are for a fight, and desperation might not be the right word for it. If anything, Clicks and Epic, they just want to clear out space. Let everyone know, hey, this is our territory to some extent. Do not bother us while we are farming.
Yeah, you got to also think about it. Like, Clicks and Epic are only 150 above the Surge. They know that's going to be a looming problem here as the time continues to tick on here. Tavern and Edgy find themselves 98 damage below, and not only that, they're inside the storm right now. It's about as rough as it gets. Meanwhile, there are a couple of duos here. I see G-Monster, I see Reciprocal being one of the few in front of them. I think we're going to see a fight break out here shortly as Tavern's trying to open something up here, but G-Monster and Reciprocal, love that they're taking the more passive approach here, throwing walls down, not trusting Tavern and Edgy to be passive duos here. Nope, not while the Surge is active. And this might be just the end for Tavern and Edgy, honestly.
Even if they make it near edge of zone, they're just going to be so in tatters by then. Medkit already being exposed. Tavern shield crack. No one nearby at least to hear it. But when you are this far below the damage threshold, in such a low mobility meta, no wings, no fizz, Tavern and Edgy are just clinging on. But I'm right there with you, MDF. Even if they make it into the zone, they've expended so much to get there in the first place that the next rotation is going to be just as brutal, if not worse.
Yeah, I respect the hustle. One opportunity here for Edgy, and he misses the shots, and that, my friends, is just going to be it. If he tagged Cease and Jack there with the sniper shot, Tavern would have had a chance. However, that should conclude their game number 3 here. We'll see them a little bit later in the day, I guess. The game 3, the halfway point, right? The checkpoint of the tournament here. Really giving you a feeling for who's taking the lead here for day 1. Clix got an epic whale, only 50 damage above. Now we see again those early signs of why they were trying to fight Kanata and Adris, who had the base down low. And it's only going to continue to become more and more difficult for them here. It's an uphill battle. Meanwhile, Re and Ritual find 2 eliminations, so we might be seeing Re and Ritual be another top contender here for day 1.
Interesting enough, though, Clix and Epic, they found an engagement, but they are not on the better side of it. Falling just below the damage threshold. Clix getting pieced up, and with no shield, no HP, that Storm Surge is going to be enough to count him out of this 3rd lobby. Epic still trying to do what he can, but he's just having to expend practically all of his fizz. Still looking for Neko or Zavi, but Neko and Zavi, they've probably heard the shield crack at this point. He's so close. Epic just going to throw himself above the damage threshold with a nice connection off of that Gatekeeper shotgun, but still, he is in an absolutely dire situation. Will pick up the loot that was left over from Clix. This is just not good scenes, though, for Epic. It's a 2 versus 1. He might be able to clutch it out, but does it really leave him in an ideal position either way? Probably not.
I think there's still a chance, though, in a world where he can pick up Clix, which is crazy to say considering we're getting late into this, but I mean, that's going to come off the backs of him actually giving up this fight right here and just moving on with the tournament. However, it does seem like he's committed to trying to earn these points. I believe that he thinks he's got the health advantage considering how long this fight's been in the storm, right? Don't forget, he does play with those visual cues, so he likely knows that this team hasn't had a lot of time to heal. He's found a lot of tags, and look, yeah, he's still keeping the pressure on to Neko here, not letting them just slip away for free. And as he plays passively, though, the damage is starting to go back and forth. Don't forget, while he is waiting idly, other teams are likely fighting right now still. Given the circumstances in there, the Storm ends up knocking one of the 2 players. But there's no way he could track him, right? Like, he's finding the needle in a haystack at this point, trying to figure out where the body was dropped.
It was Zavi and Neko taking the launch pad to try and escape because they have such a long rotate to make, but
there's the
reason why this is so difficult for Epic is even with those 3 medkits, the odds of bringing Clix back into this one here in 7th zone, and that's if he can even deal with some of the congestion that's sort of pooling on the edge of this next zone. Epic is doing everything in his power to try and play for placement points, but it is an incredibly difficult situation to make a comeback from. Teams like Kanata and Cooper that were on top of that Rift Island, they rotated so much sooner. Good connection though from Epic. That's the damage he needed. Puts him in a slightly more comfortable position here at 195 above now.
And not only that, just opens up a 2v2 down low between Acorn Cold and those duos that were tagged up right there. I'm sure Acorn and Cold heard the shield crack onto Not Braden and tried to capitalize. Nothing came out of it though, unfortunately. You can see they are looking worse for wears right now after this rotation here. Npen with the surge above him, sitting on top of Epic Will's base. Can Epic Will find the refresher here? He likely will. The tag was good, but shots come in from the side, and Acorn snipes up the elimination right there, and he's contemplating if whether or not jumping in for the loot is worth it, but there's no heals there. And instead, shot from behind. No, Cold opened the wrong wall, exposing his duo mate there for a second. A misjudgment, if you will. It's going to cost him the game there.
To be fair though, Acorn was peeking for a long time at a fairly exposed wall, so whether it was the front or the back, he was bound to draw the wrong sort of attention from that position. Good stuff though out of Ritual and Reet as they pick up an elimination onto Chimp. Ritual as well. Frostmon, 0 opportunities to get that next rotate off. And tuning right back into Mixit and Paco, who have been cleaned up inside of the elimination feed. That's definitely going to put a bit of a damper on their top leaderboard run, as now other teams have a real opportunity to catch up. Dukes, Miro, absolutely obliterated at the same time. But that's just some of the power that Iamzo and Rise can bring to the table.
Yeah, just a crazy trade of events right there. Curve and Tyler reaping the benefits of what's happening here. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo setting themselves up for another high ground dominant position here over the rest of the lobby. The only team I can think right now that can give them a run for their money, Curve, Tyler, Baka, Pars, who we saw finding their equal share of eliminations even now in the mid to late game. And then you have Kanata and Cooper standing here who have just made it to the new zone. This is already developing to be an insane end game right here. Meanwhile, Muzz and Paper finally finding their footing right now, but is it too late? So far in the storm here, Muzz with the tech trying to dive across, but unfortunately didn't have the HP to survive it, and now it's up to Paper to try to fend for himself here as a solo. Nearing a top 15. This is a lot of points here available as Paper desperately needs it.
He just doesn't have any builds. He's hiding on top of somebody else's cone. Convict spots him out, but Convict absolutely torn down trying to challenge Paper out in the open like that. Paper, though, that was the last of his builds. All 5 of them just got used up. Maybe he'll have an opportunity to go get some of the Siphon materials, but at the same time, he knows there's just too many eyes on his current position. He can't afford to make a single move. And look at Peterbot and Pollo, the team that we saw them chopping from height. Skittles, Trashy. Remember, earlier on in this exact match, Skittles, Trashy, they had no idea the kind of advantage they had over Peterbot and Pollo. Now they're paying the price along with the rest of the lobby. Peterbot suppressing so much more efficiently with this watch bending mid that he just does not miss. Good night, Bryce.
It just doesn't get better than that. Peterbot ripping Bryce to shreds there with the water bending, but hold up, jump in with Iamzo and Rise on the foot rotate right now. Lot of traffic here as they're only 36 above the damage threshold. They will likely have to keep getting active. Meanwhile, Reet does fall here, leaving Ritual to play for himself. Pressure's on from all angles here. The zone is starting to constrict itself. We're inside the top 15, and this is where things start to get really, really interesting if you're alive here in this endgame.
Keep in mind, this is Reet and Ritual's backyard, just about. Reckless Railways, the final moments of this third lobby. Kanata still as a solo, still trying to make it work. Iamzo opens up the wrong wall, pays the price, as Sphinx and Threats will get credit for those 2 eliminations onto Rise and Iamzo, but Ritual, very familiar scenes, playing things out from the low ground, trying to see if he can make the magic happen. Peterbot also incredibly low, given his current position. Seems as though somebody's taking note of where he has dropped to, but he's still got Pollo way up above in the skies, bearing down over the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, one thing we know for certain is that a win is not guaranteed until you close the game out, and Peterbot taking all the risk in the world. I mean, but that is how you solidify yourself a championship title, if you can break away with those extra points. First though, Kanata has to continue to make his way through here. The zone's gonna bounce back up and over this little lip. He's gonna be happy he didn't commit to the low ground here. Bak and Pars working their way back up. This is Bak and Pars' chance as well to get themselves inside of that standings of the top 10 now. Likely a top 5, depending on how far they can push it here. Kanata finds a solo. That's Walker's down. Placement points issued out to the lobby, and contenders that need it are playing alive as solos right now. Kanata falls. This is going to give Viv and Chubbs a chance now. Another end game here for Viv and Chubbs.
Viv and Chubbs, even if Kanata had broken through that wall, he likely would have encountered these two. Probably found the end of his fate here regardless, but Peterbot, Pollo, they're lining up for another top 3. Pollo, elimination credit now onto Chubbs, likely still perched way up above the rest of this lobby. You see Ritual kind of slinking just behind Baka and Pars, might have even spotted them out. But now Pollo reunited one more time with Peterbot. Both of these players just suppressing, throwing so many shots towards these teams on the low ground. Everyone's builds running so incredibly thin. Even with the zones pulling back in their favor, it doesn't seem to make a difference when nobody has much materials to work with. Ritual, in fact, might have found an isolated Aviv. Instead, no, pull underneath him goes away. And it's going to be Baka and Pars who try to shut him down. A Minish will be the first one to nail in the coffin there for these two. And now Baka Pars. Again, just so much chaos breaking place.
Here comes the high ground teams looking to clean things up in the 2v2. Once again, this time though, Peterbot is going to have to lead it. But the team on low ground, Baka Pars, no shields, and Pollo is fully healthy, so he jumps in, finds Baka with a huge tag here, and they are successful in the end as Peterbot and Pollo take a second and then first place, bringing the Thunder in game number 3.
It's like they were building up for this moment. I mean, Vivid asked for it. I want to see these guys take a victory royale at the halfway point of day 1, and deliver they did. 3rd in lobby 1, 2nd in lobby 2, first now in this 3rd lobby, MDF. That is an impressive run so far here in day 1 of the Grands.
Yeah, it's nice to see them do it during the weekend. That, of course, matters, right? Taco, they're coming in, they're stepping up, and they're putting the numbers down.
They could not have picked a better time to really come alive, because there were definitely a good amount of doubters. There's certainly so many haters as far as Peterbot and Pollo are concerned, but despite it all, they are just continuing to flourish here in the first day of the Grand Finals. And if they keep this up, MDF, they're already starting to run away with it a bit in the leaderboard. Even with that 1.5 times point amplifier, it's going to be tough for anybody else to catch up.
That's right. Well, we do know anything can happen. That's the halfway point here. Peterbot and Pollo putting up the big points. Zeke, I'm sure the standings now are looking like a runaway train.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Everybody, it's happening. Everybody, it's happening. They won. Guys, they got a victory royale. We're not allowed to do this. Did you guys not read my script? No? Okay, well, it happened. Vivid, you got what you asked for. Peterbot and Pollo put down a victory royale, and as the casters called out, a 3rd place game 1, 2nd place game number 2, and now the VR. These are scary numbers, friends. Very scary.
I mean, did anybody really expect this to go any other way? The thing that I love so much about these like set lobbies, right, and having multiple games in a row is that you get to see teams adapt instantly. And yeah, we saw Peterbot and Pollo, right, a little bit of a fumble to get that 2nd place in the last game, but there was an immediate switch up this game. Peterbot and Pollo both had an SMG, and at one point, you know, Kelly, you mentioned it, Peterbot loves to play very, very close to some of these other layers. But look at this. Peterbot and Pollo both all the way up in the sky, just spraying SMG for the entirety of this end game. So much so that they each only had 1 mag left when the game ended.
Well, I think Peterbot got a little scared because at one point he was down quite low, I think like 7 layers, but then joining up with Pollo again, he did not want a repeat of last game, and that is exactly what happened for them. Peterbot and Pollo finally grabbing their victory royale. And as you guys already said, a third, a second, and a first. Is there anything higher than first place? How are they going to be climbing up right now? Because there's nowhere else to go for them.
Y'all ain't ready for these standings when we take a look. Let's walk around. Let's kind of talk about some other duos that performed well in this last game. Reet and Ritual really just showing up here in day number 1 of Grand Finals. Really trying to say, hey, look, you got spots at the Global Championships. We'd like one of those spots, please.
I mean, Ritual and Reet right there. Actually, this was all down to a solo clutch, actually, by Ritual, right? Reet going down a little bit earlier, but Ritual was actually set up for success going into this solo clutch. Had so many builds to work with. I think it was like 10th zone, so I had like 70 builds, which is probably a lot more than a lot of duos. So shout out to Ritual for making sure that pulling that solo clutch off and keeping them in contention.
And Ritual definitely was in a position to go even farther. He was set up so well, even as a solo player in the end game. But in the final moments, he was literally pinched between this moment right here of Vive down below and then Ibaka and Pars right below him as well. There's only so much you can do. And then, of course, KM right there. Like, what are you going to do when it's a 1v4? It's just impossible to win that. But still, in second place, they're having a great showing. But, see, it's only 3 games in, and there is almost a 100-point lead.
Guys, I'm not good at math, but yeah, that looks like it's basically a 100-point lead, like Kelly pointed out. Thank you for figuring that out for me, Kelly. I couldn't figure it out myself.
You're welcome. Very bad at math.
Guys, it's going down. Peterbot and Pollo are truly online. We need to slow them down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Zeke, how do you do that? How exactly do you do that?
I'm gonna have to write a new script. I hope that everyone decides to look at it. I really don't know. Now, of course, these guys are going crazy. We got to highlight some of the other duos there that we saw. In 5th place, we saw Bach and Pars. Also, cleaning up that low ground as well. Remember, even if they're not necessarily playing for the Axe of Champions, who apparently Peterbot and Pollo are 100 points of everybody else, but there's still spots in the Global Championships on the line, and these guys are looking real good right now.
Yeah, and listen, the crazy thing about Baka and Pars is that they held high ground for a total of 10 minutes during semis, which is actually the most out of NA, right? But yeah, Peterbot and Pollo are going to be in every single one of these games, so they gotta switch up the strategy. And the fact that they kind of pulled off a great performance from the low ground has me feeling pretty good about their performance.
Listen, there's a reason why at the top of show we said, okay, here's the winning package of Peterbot and Pollo, and then here's the rest of the teams we think are going to get top 3. I don't think, I shouldn't say this, but I don't think a lot of teams are going to be going for that first place spot. I think they all know that it's Peterbot and Pollo. We've said this word throughout the last 4 weeks, that it is all about how they have conditioned the rest of the lobby, and we can see that there's been 0 high takes when they're on high ground. And yes, they have gone down, and they kind of, you know, lost the 1v2, but that was due to low ground just getting a better shot on them. Peterbot and Pollo absolutely just have this in the bag right now. So I think, especially tomorrow, this is no longer a fight for first. This is a fight for top 3.
I mean, look, you know, it's possible. We've seen Peterbot and Pollo kind of like slip up, right, in semifinals. It's happened, but especially with that multiplier, Kelly, if they just do this a couple more times, especially tomorrow, yeah, it's very hard to like assume mathematically anyone can keep up.
And they had a great performance in Major 1 day 1. They ended up the day in 5th place, but day 2 is really where they shine. They got 2nd place overall, so showcasing that they are potentially a day 2 team as well is going to multiply just how dominant they are on the leaderboard.
Got to see one of these teams kind of take it to them on the higher ground. We talked about Yam's on Rise. We thought that they could potentially do it, but off spawn contention. Surprise con over there for them. Maybe just securing it for Peterbot and Pollo.
Only 3 games left to go here. Will this Rise continue to just escalate? Will we see these set of standings go that much wider? Let's find out together as Game 4 kicks off of the competition here from the FNCS Grand Finals.
Well, one thing's for certain is that it's not over until it's over, right, Taco? With the first 3 games wrapping up here, and we're seeing the points start to look pretty favorably for some up at the top. It doesn't mean that other teams can't start to close that gap.
Look, it's hard not to be a little bit more realistic, though, about the situation. What Peterbot and Pollo are currently doing here in NA Grands Major 2 is just a phenomenal start. It's actually Peterbot's best ever performance as well, as far as Grand Finals are concerned in any FNCS that he's played in. So if he can just keep this momentum going that they seem to have built up here in match number 4, things could start to get really sticky for everyone else.
Well, all right, you laid it down, you said it. Things can start to look very, very different for everyone else. I mean, at this point, they do have the momentum in their sails. Who is going to be able to go ahead and change things up? It really just comes down to high ground being fought after and fought for. And that's just not what we've been able to see so far. Teams here at this drop spot of Fancy Fields, the potential is so high for folks like Muzz and Paper, Acorn and Cold, but none of them have been able to get their footing here so far. As I say that, Peterbot, let's not forget they are contested at the Grim Gate. He finds Neko in the feed immediately. So someone is trying to change fate. Doesn't seem like it's working.
Well, he might have actually just lit Neko up from the sky, if anything. Peterbot Pollo probably touching down first at Grim Gate, and considering that they like to land on that God chest, and they have had it uncontested so far here today, DMR might have been the reason why Neko finds himself cut short before he can land at his spot north of the underworld. Tough stuff, though, for Zabi and Neko, but a realistic opportunity, I think, for Zabi to be able to pick Neko up at least. It really just all depends on how things boil down on that northwest side of the map, but Fencing Fields just continues to be a relatively difficult POI to fight out of. Curly, early elimed by Muzz. Slurp Truck also going to be claimed one more time by Muzz and Paper. Now it's entirely up for Ace, see if he can bring things back to life here for Curly, but given that there are several other teams contesting at Fencing Fields, it's a tall task to ask for.
Looks like we got a little fight breaking out here between Cease, Jack, and Bacon. TK already eliminated to the hands of Jack here. You can see the point added up. Just outside the restored reels, does look like there are a couple of duos lingering, but folks are moving away from this area. So Jack and Cease have all the time in the world right now to hunt down Bacon and then finish looting this drop spot. I was just talking about actually Cold, Muzz, and Paper, and it looks like Cold just knocked Paper in the feet as well, as we're seeing the restored reels hunt go down. Let's take a look at that replay really quickly. Cold and Acorn finding Paper here on the Fencing Fields. I mean, if you do your research, you know that they're going to go for the Surf Truck every single time to the west here. So great ambush by Cold and Acorn there.
Yeah, just no chance. Similar to what we witnessed from Bacon. He almost won that exchange up against the likes of Jack and Cease, but Cease will manage to close things out. So he'll bring Jack, revive, no problem. It's also something to keep in mind, though. Baka and Pars, they have a tendency to rotate late towards restored reels. Jack and Cease definitely stretched kind of thin there at the restored reels. So if Baka and Pars are quick enough with it, they might have a chance to eliminate Cease and Jack with how low their HP was. The restored reels, not exactly an easy POI to split resource-wise. TK and Bacon might have taken enough of the goods to put a damper on the outcome there for Cease and Jack overall.
Jumping back on over with Blake and Macwood at the Grand Glacier. School and Thoric have seemingly controlled the pace of the action here for quite some time, as Blake and Macwood haven't jumped out of their low ground position just yet. But finally now the fight's starting to break out. School, all that time lurking above, staring and watching, they haven't really found his footing with materials, so I do wonder what has been going on here, as this has been a bit drawn out here for, I think, Blakewood, Max liking, or Schools and Thorix for that matter.
Yeah, School just trying to break the building at this point for any sort of materials. Blake, similar situation though, just posted up inside of this bush bomb. It's going to provide him just a little bit of coverage. Right side pink could be difficult for Thoric, but both of these duos, MDF, as you already highlighted, practically no builds to work with. They're lucky that they're by themselves currently at the Grand Glacier, because if a third party came into play, it would really cause some problems for both of these teams. Blake had an initial advantage, but School kept most of his HP intact, and now Blake and Macwood can get pushed further back. They don't have anything left to break, though, in comparison to Thoric and School, so these 4 builds left now for School and Thoric. Could be what they need. Macwood gonna jump in first. Blake trying to see if he can close things out, knocks both ways, but the banana might be the difference maker here for School.
Oh, but no, he missed the mech hit. He gets back just in time with the mech hit. This is gonna be a full reset for both sides. Games, School here trying to pop the minute he does that. He does have the mats as well, gets his elimination. Now he's got the additional siphon material here as well, and Blake has all the pressure on right here. 1 cone separates him from School. Time is definitely not on his side here. And the shot is good for School. Finishing things up here, and man, so unfortunate for Blake and Macwood, who after game 1 were basically in that top 10, top 5. But the last 2 rounds, man, being contested here, you see it can really go any which way.
Might have just been a temporary victory, though, for Thoric, considering that we saw Chimp and Scissor closing in on their position at Grand Glacier. Miro now a little bit beat up, trying to win this exchange in the 1 versus 2. Sigma's going to be the first to get knocked. Miro making sure that he goes to the full elimination. Decade trying to do what he can to stop that from happening. And sure enough, Miro, he just doesn't have enough HP to want to directly challenge any further. Will find a banana, though. Good looks by Dukes. But Decay, just such a distinct health advantage. He's going in for the immediate pressure. Doesn't want to allow an opportunity for Miro to look for that revive. And in fact, Dukes fully eliminated now. But it could be Chubbs, it could be Aviv that might actually save Miro in the process. All these shots being fired have drawn the attention now of this third party, and Chubbs Aviv definitely much more healthy in terms of their build situation in comparison to what Decay and Sigma are working with. You can see both sides now trying to just keep a low profile. Miro hiding behind one of his cones, hoping that no one tries to target him any further, because with only 2 builds left, MDF find it difficult to believe he'd be on the winning end of that exchange.
Yeah, everyone bouncing out of the location now, so it ends up working out. Miro still keeping high guard, though, not trusting the situation at all. Meanwhile, we jump in with Tyler and Curve, who have just been that underdog team. Popping off today overall. Great performances, consistency has been there for them, and if nothing else, I'm sure they realize that they have everything that it takes to be a top caliber duo, even in the likes of an FNCS lobby with these types of players. So far, so good right now. Shots coming in though. Hold on, that's double trouble for the tags here. Bit of a setback.
Big bush bombs can provide some coverage, but when you get that sniper glint effect from the 4x scope on the Hunter's DMR, it's going to give away your position almost every single time, make it a lot more difficult to stay incognito inside of those bushes.
Man, Lugan Ager's really having a hard time here at Mount Olympus being contested. This is not the first time we've seen them taking fights deep inside the storm like this either, and this is a different duo. It's Zeus and Pikes now. So constant juggle of attention here at the Mount Olympus.
For Bugha and Agers, though, it's almost a surprise to see them not eliminating Zeus and Pikes, because those have been the 2 most consistent elims that they've been able to acquire all throughout today so far. Peterbot Pollo, though, they just want to keep their run going strong. And it starts here, potentially, with Thatch and Walkers. Peterbot will be the first to disengage, though. Pollo right next to him. A little bit of bush coverage, but it's only because Peterbot and Pollo, they've spotted out a team that they'd rather take their chances with instead. Larson and Oliver OG could be caught in the mix here now. But Peterbot and Pollo, they're trying to be smart about it. They know that they have some heat coming from up above. They don't want to put themselves in an easy-to-eliminate position.
Yeah, I think that's really the reason they gave up this outer edge. The zone revealed itself, and they're like, yeah, no reason for us to stay back here. Let's get a little bit more center. Oliver OG and Larson mindfully are inside the top 10 as well. This is about, I think, the best we've seen Oliver OG perform at the FNCS stage as well. So continuing the pace right now. A lot of teams putting up big numbers for their own personal records. Are concerned. What's happening over here though? Sigma and Decay finding those two elims finally on the edge of the zone, so things come in full circle for them.
Even though they had once backed off from eliminating Miro, it seems as though they were still lurking, trying to prevent Miro from getting that reboot off onto Dukes. Chubbs and Aviv only bought Miro just a little bit of time initially, but Sigma and Decay, they knew this 2 versus 1 advantage, all too easy to capitalize on. They wanted the extra elimination points as well, and they're sure to secure them in lobby number 4, but they still have quite the journey to make. They are pretty far north compared to some of these other teams that are already getting much better positioning inside of the zone.
Aaron and Chance going toe-to-toe against Seek and Dash right now. On the other side, Seek and Dash have been playing quite a couple of good games of Fortnite, if I do say so myself here, coming out of the first 3, racking up 120 points, but Aaron and Chance haven't been doing too bad themselves as they're inside that top 20. And, you know, and Ritual has already really flexed and shown us that it only takes one monstrous pop-off game and all of a sudden you are in the conversation. So this is really anyone's opportunity still. Hold up. Big pressure coming in. Seek and Dash having to slow things down for a second, really situate themselves here. Little did they know there's a lot more than just the team they were fighting. If you look at the map, quite a few have already slid on by. So this is it's definitely getting a bit interesting here.
Sometimes all it takes is one really strong placing game to be in that conversation for the top spots of the leaderboard MDF, but as far as Seek and Dash are concerned, they've got a lot of ground to make up for, both in terms of materials and resources, if they want to have that pop-off game, because those loadouts were definitely not in an ideal situation in the slightest. Pollo Peterbot, though, checking back in with our Victor Royale creditors from lobby number 3. And the craziest thing, too, about Peterbot and Pollo's performance so far today is that Peterbot's last FNCS title in Chapter 3, Season 2, these are the exact same placements that he had from that FNCS title here now in Major 2 of Chapter 5 MDF. We are looking at an actual circumstance of history quite literally repeating itself as far as Peterbot is concerned.
Yeah, except it's only better. He's got, I think, more eliminations definitely to show for it as far as his overall performance as this FNCS is concerned. But take a look here. Tyler and Curve land at the Rift Island as well, and we're looking at a top 3, a top 10, first place, and others joining into the Rift Island. This is a heavily stacked Rift Island, and if I had to guess, if you're inside the top 10, if you're inside the top 3, I mean, your ego is peaking right now, so you're likely thinking you can fight anyone who's up here. However, it couldn't be more far from the truth. If you make the wrong move here, you might just be going up against some of NA's best right now. Love what Curve and Tyler are doing right now. You're seeing the foundation, the basics come out here, checking all the bushes in the surrounding area, and they're only 54 damage above, so you know what? I think we're gonna get that fight we were just asking for up against Pollo, who's waiting in the center right now of the capture point.
But there are so many teams currently at the top of Rift Island. Whether or not they actually choose to engage with each other is a different conversation entirely. Right now, Tyler and Curve, they are just purely fixated on teams that are a little bit south of where the Rift Island is at. Obviously towards the low ground, but Tyler and Curve know they've got at least enough space created, 4 boxes built up So they have the coverage that they need to keep them safe from the other teams on Rift Island. Still need to be wary, though, the potential of one of those other duos looking to just crouch walk towards where their box situation is currently built up at, but Tyler and Curve are definitely feeling very confident. They've just had these wall edges open for so long, taking shots knowing nobody else can return fire.
Yeah, that's huge right there. He finally gets a tag. You know, I was wondering if Tyler and Curve were ever going to find some damage here, as they've had a lot of opportunities, and I'm not seeing enough numbers. But now things are starting to rack up here. Tyler and Curve finding their groove, and hadn't they found those 2 tags, they would be very much the next team to fall below the threshold here. So this is an important turn of events for them right now in game number 4 here to keep them relatively comfortable in this game here. Does seem like Peterbot and Boya have given up the Rift Island here to look for better prospects at the new zone. Cease is solo right now, trying to do his best to stay alive in this game.
Considering that Cease is the IGL of this duo, he's definitely got a pretty good understanding of how he should be moving as far as successful rotations are concerned. But you can tell he recognizes the fact he's kind of pinched between 2 separate duos. So it's not going to be an easy trek for him by any means. Fixating upon which is the path of least resistance at this point. Kanata and Cooper inside of the Underworld, though. 3 Underworld dashes available for Kanata, but he's got a nice position currently. Decent bit of elevation here. Spotted out a team. Trying to expend a little bit of brick, but back of his walls, immediately getting aggressed upon. And Kanata's already spotted out. Z-Link, Zero, they're going to be the ones trying to pose a threat currently to Kanata's current search tower position.
Yamzo rise under pressure right now. Cold and Acorn making the dash here on the outskirts as well. But it's Yamzo who finds himself 59 below the damage threshold here. So this is all trouble right now. Sphinx and threats eyeing up the base here. Yamzo doesn't want to waste any time on the outskirts. He has to jump in and uses his Underworld dashes to get on top of the base here. Because he has to, not because he really wants to. But he doesn't have a choice. This is all desperate measure. One tag's not going to be enough. And there it is. It was over the moment he was caught in the storm underneath the surge with these types of teams nearby. Cold and Acorn don't even want to stick around. Finally, though, this is the first we've seen Cold and Acorn actually breaking out of the early game into the mids and lates with a lot of damage and enough builds to actually put up some numbers.
The main thing to keep in mind at this point, though, is with the way that the zone is pooling, since it is going north of where Grim Gate is located, all these teams that are a little bit late to the party, they're going to have these Underworld dashes available to them. It's going to be even more difficult for teams that are already low on Surge to actually get tags in. It's so hard to hit players utilizing these Underworld dashes. Cold and Acorn, though, have encountered Walkers and Fetch. They were trying to keep a low profile on the side of this hill face, but instead, Cold gonna take wind of where Bolts is currently situated. A couple tags applied, and that's gonna be enough for Bolts to close off his wall. Cold with the same intent, though, just staying safe inside of his current position.
A lot of updates happening right now, though, outside of the Cold and Acorn's action on your screen. Hold up, though, Cold. Just keeping up the pace here, not giving us a moment to breathe as he finds an elimination there. And then trying to finish up Bryce as well. Look at that, the quick knock there. Player behind the wall. They are in a world of trouble. I was gonna highlight the fact that they weren't quite safe. And right when they wanted to move, all the other teams were deciding to do that as well. And it's gonna start adding up right now. After the zone closes, I do believe we're inside the 5-tick territory. There it is, it's starting to add up here now. 2s and 3s, all right, yep, gotta go. Now do keep in mind he's under the effects of the mythical banana, so there's only oh so much damage he can take here.
But he has no builds.
You know, all those elims and no builds, he has to come down here. What is going on?
It looked as though Fatch as well, Fatch and Walkers likely needed Surge with the way that they were playing so aggressively onto Acorn and Cold's box, but yeah, the fact that even Acorn, he's trying to split his materials, but there's just not enough to really go around. Cold and Acorn have to be so methodical now with where they choose to actually rotate and the little bit of tarping that they can manage. They need an immediate refresh. Kanata found his headshot onto Vert. Can't peek for too long outside of the Surge Tower.
I'm just thinking, like, how many times you got to swing Kanata when you see the light glowing? Like, you know he's looking for it. Kanata ends up hitting the crazy tag, and they're just going right now. 6 eliminations now, though, for Acorn and Cold. When we tuned in the first time, they had 3. That's how much chaos went down in that little skirmish outside the storm. It was 3 Elans worth, but it's placing points they're fighting for now. They need to stay alive as another duo drops here. Otherwise, it'll be all for nothing. This is probably the worst we've seen Acorn and Cold, I feel like, perform as far as overall placement points are concerned. This is the struggle they're having right now. There it is, finally a top 25, top 24. Now the points are gonna start adding up here.
That's only if they can manage to stay standing. Their low material count has definitely warranted some eyes on from other contenders inside of this lobby. Underneath, though, Cold, Acorn, they could have an opportunity. They're gonna drop right in. Rapid, Batman Booga trying to fight back, trying to build back, but Cold just bearing down inside of this box. Rapid's gonna be the first to get knocked. There's one refresh, but the material count still so incredibly low. Cold has 3 builds to work with at this point, MDF. And the small shield potions are not really going to do them as much favor as you would hope for. They need more resources if they want to keep this one going.
Yeah, still smart play by Cold there, playing around the outskirts, right? Jumping them up to 7 eliminations now. This is still, all things considering, by far their biggest game of the tournament so far. Meanwhile, Peterbot just having a field day with the lobby right now, way ahead of everyone here. He takes down Curve. Curve, who of course was in top 3 with Tyler. So Curve and Tyler finally meet their end earlier than they would have liked here, just at the start of the placement threshold. So Curve and Tyler are gonna give a chance now to the rest of the lobby to start closing it up.
Could be really big for Paco and Mixon. Caught wind of Paco and Mixon playing a little bit more towards the low ground, and as you called out, Curve and Tyler going down. Paco and Mixon have been shoved out of that top 3 after an early departure in the last lobby, so this could be big for them.
Acorn still on the move right now. Oh, but caught on the back of the storm there to the hands of Epic Whale, who needed that. I do think Clicks was knocked and taken out as well. Here's Kanata. Cooper, 183 points. Looking to see if they can break that top 200 right now. It's a possibility here. There's a lot of points to be earned here, but Peterbot is one of the few still sniping them up as Convict falls right there. 3 eliminations now for Peterbot. While you're fighting for 200 points, Peterbot is working his way to 300-point threshold here, edging out of game number 4. Meanwhile, Ritual picks up a solid 3. Paco and Mixon have high ground right now, and this could be Paco and Mixon's chance for a top 3 position as well. Back on the standings here, Taco.
But we saw how many materials Peterbot and Poyo had to offer in comparison to Paco and Mixon. Sure, they've got the high ground currently, but how long will they actually hold on to it? Peterbot, Poyo, they were looking up. Last we checked in, it's likely only a matter of time before they try to utilize that aspect of agility. Probably Peterbot just waiting for Poyo. Catches 3 underworld dashes. Peterbot taking control of the aspect of agility one more time. Immediately towards front side of zone. Tarping ahead now. Trying to get his duo back inside of his boxes with him. And sure enough, Poyo will find himself right next to Peterbot yet again. Bushes getting lit up. Oliver OG dropped immediately. That Mythic Gatekeeper just putting in work right now, and Peterbot's still not done. Wants Larson along with it. Larson just barely managing to escape for the time being, but he might have just been left for grabs for the rest of the lobby at this point.
Yeah, all around just very, very smart play. Nonetheless, Baka is still alive right here. He's just eyeing up anything at this point in front of him. No! Finds Ree, who is desperately trying to find an opportunity there. And then Baka double clutches onto Ree and Ritual with a massive 2-piece elimination pickup there. You can't make this up. What a play.
actual him moment from Baka. You know that Pars has got to be gassing him up right now from the spectator point of view, but Peterbot, Pollo, they just caught Mixon in the process, and now the high ground completely belongs to them. Baka will finally see his run come to an end here in Lobby 4 at the hands of Aiden, but Kanata and Cooper just in a tough situation. But they've still done a lot in terms of making those placement points come to life.
Yeah, it does seem like it's just a matter of time right now for everyone else here in the lobby. But Aiden still picking up what he can. He's going to find the beat here. Well played, Kanata and Cooper trying to snipe up what they can with the points here. They don't have any materials, so this is really a desperate attempt at trying to earn any points possible right now. Meanwhile, of course, Boyo and Peterbot have made their way down from the high ground here, and in the end, they go back-to-back, and they are soaring through the competition here. It is looking like a repeat of the opening weeks of not only the FNCS, but the duo cash cups and lead up to this very moment as well. Peterbot and Boyo just can't be stopped.
There is a reason why the whole of NA and even a lot of the other regions, MDF, have been talking. Word on the streets, Peterbot, Pollo, they are winning this major for FNCS, but at the same time, when they have such impressive finishes, all of their timings have just been so on point since the starting lobby here today. And it's just crazy to think about the point disparity that they have already established here on day one. And that's not even factoring in that point multiplier that's going to come into effect here for day two.
Yeah, the multiplier is quite honestly NA's only hope to, make a dent on the leaderboards here and make a standings. But either way, I'm sure Zeke has got a great reaction for us. So let's toss it over to the desk.
What do you want me to say?
What can you say?
What can I say in this situation? If you're just tuning in, and maybe this is like your first time watching Fortnite, I'm so happy that you're here. Thank you for hanging out with us. These guys, Peterbot and Pollo, I want you to burn them into your mind. We have been talking about these guys all major long, based off of their Cash Cup performances, leading into open qualifiers, into semifinals. Here, where the hardest stage of the competition, Vivid, the hardest competition, the hardest part of this competition, and yet, we're at 350 points after 4 games. What do I say?
Listen, this is why people were saying weeks ago, let's not even do the FNCS. let's just not even do it. We know who's gonna win. And after 4 games, I think everybody is kind of understanding where those opinions were coming from. Guys, 354 points is what Peterbot and Pollo currently have. The amount of points, the most points after day 1 last season was 320. Well, there's 2 more games left and they've already beaten it.
Do you guys know the record for NA is 384 points? Oh, after day number 1 from Kanata.
And they're already at 350. It looks like we might have another record broken once again from the duo of Peterbot and Pollo. Also, another fun stat is that this is the exact same placements that we saw from Chapter 3, Season 2, their win from Peterbot, got 3rd, 2nd, and 1st in the first 3 games. So I don't even know what is going on with the script right now. Epic needs to revise what's happening because this is absolutely insane. Peterbot and Pollo, the first duo to grab 2 victory royales for day 1 this major as well. 29 eliminations, almost double that. Of course, Re and Ritual with the second most amount of eliminations. You know I have to give them a call out. But Kanata and Cooper still holding strong in 2nd place. Aviv and Chubbs jumping up into 3rd place as well. I know a lot of duos now are looking at that 2nd and 3rd spot because regardless of not getting 1st place, they still
Go ahead.
Just like took Peterbot and Pollo off the leaderboard. Look how close second and fourth were. It's like within like 20 points. We'd have a close FNCS. This would be awesome. I mean, it's still awesome. But yeah, Peterbot and Pollo are just running with it.
They are going so crazy. Again, like, this is just not like typical. This is so almost outside of the realm of what we're used to seeing in Fortnite. These guys are putting on a clinic with still 2 games. I think what's impressive to me, again, grand finals. This is the hardest. This is the 50 best duos in the region after a whole season's worth of competition, right? And these guys are somehow so consistent. They are so consistent. They have these like little micro tweaks they're making that it's just like, hey, you know, think back to like semifinals, even open qualifiers, like, oh, we'd be like, oh yeah, they're so good, but they made this little mistake here, and you know, oh, they maybe didn't do this that well or something like that, you know. But Viv, they're here. They are proving that all those mistakes that they made at one time, it does not matter. When it's time for grand finals, they're going to put up numbers.
Yeah, I mean, there was a big question mark. Are they going to be able to replicate the performances they've been putting up this season when it comes to grand finals? And if the first 4 games are any indication, I hope those doubts have been absolutely squandered.
I think they are indeed. But, you know, shout out, there's other players. There's 98 other players in the lobby right now. Aiden with an incredible solo run in that game. I cannot believe the eliminations that Aiden was able to get there. Also, Baka once again coming out strong, holding up his team in the leaderboard with another solo clutch right there. So lots of great plays from other duos, just not as great right now as Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, I feel like we just like stop talking about them, you know, like we just pretend they don't exist. They'll just keep, you know, pulling away, and that's cool, you know. We just get like, yeah, we'll point like, they're so good still. All right, let's just look over here. Like, what's going on over here, you know? Like, it's just absolutely insane. Kanata and Cooper were there in second place, 221 points. They are still holding strong, right? And again, just a big reminder, we have 2 games left to go. Tomorrow we have 6 more games where we have a 1.5 times multiplier. Right? So the competition isn't by any means over. Tomorrow we could see just a handful of pop-off performances absolutely shake up these standings completely. Peterbot and Pollo aside. You know, so far the competition has been intense though. You can really feel from everyone else again, but besides Pollo and Peterbot. This is a very tough lobby, especially based on the zones we've had, the contestations off spawn. Like, this is a very difficult grand finals.
Oh yeah, 100%, right? And I mean, we got Kanata and Cooper, who right now are in second place, big favorites to actually get into that top 3 this FNCS, and for good reason, right? They've been playing so well, and you know, shout out to them, because you know, they had 1 bad game and they're still in second place, which it's kind of a surprise that they even had 1 bad game.
That's very true. And Kanata here somehow going from 1 elimination to 3 eliminations in the blink of an eye. Still below Storm Surge, though. And I find that a bit surprising with the amount of eliminations that they have. But regardless of what position that they're in, they still hold strong, and they're so confident. If you guys didn't watch the video of Kanata grabbing his first victory royale, he is screaming, I am such a good IGL. I am the best IGL. And he really is. He's such a smart and collected player that even when they are swimming in the water right here, I still wasn't too sure if they were gonna like go down in 3rd or 4th, but Kanata and Cooper, great performance, sitting in 2nd place.
That's right. Well, let's watch more Fortnite together. 2 more games left to go. How do we dethrone the Kings? Let's figure that out together. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, I mean, the question is probably not going to get answered today. Let's be honest, the point threshold, the discrepancy is looking pretty incredible here, Taco. However, tomorrow's a new day, and you still have to close out strong to even have a chance, right? A glimmer of hope, if you will.
Yeah, but at the same time, considering that Peterbot and Pollo have quite literally had exclusively top 3 finishes all throughout the course of today, if in matches 5 and 6, they're still able to replicate this incredible run that they've accomplished so far, even with the point multiplier, it's going to be tough to catch up, but the battle bus is ready. Game 5 action is on the way.
I am excited because it's grand finals, and this is, of course, a battle not only for that FNCS Axe of Champions, but a seat on the battle bus to the global championships as well. There's so much going on here, a lot on the line, and top 3 is all that matters. Pollo has been leading the charge right here alongside Peterbot, and you have to give them all of their credit as they've been, you know, landing at the Grim Gate, arguably the strongest POI on the map. And, you know, they have some interesting players in their vicinity, but, you know, this is just, they haven't been able to give them enough resistance for them to even think about, right, having an issue at any game, at any point in the tournament, right? So I don't know what went differently during the semifinal stages, but whatever they managed to figure out up from then till now is just incredible.
It's really just the fact that Jutras and Craze are not giving them any resistance. They're not challenging them. They might be contesting, but it's not technically contesting if you're just going to the fringes of Grim Gate. They're playing for the God Chest that lies on the outskirts of Grim Gate. Here at Fencing Fields, though, Krizix and Yasir looking to shut down the hopes of Acorn and Cold. Tough opener here for Acorn and Cold. They've been having a tough day in general to start things off with, but that's just part of the process for the QuadCon that's involved at Fencing Fields.
Well, it's not just Acorn and Cold having a hard time. It's Zeus and Pikes running the field as well with Booga and Aegir. So a lot of our notable greats losing to the hands of some of the fresh blood that have, you know, effectively entered into the FNCS by storm this season. Talking about some of our vets, we have Pump and N-Pen right now, sitting comfortably outside the underworld, but they have to be careful. There's a team here at the drop.
Could be one of 3 different teams potentially looking to challenge them at Underworld. Jiren, Z-Link, Batman, Booga, Rapid, Xavi, and Neko. They're the 3 teams that land a little bit further west of where the Underworld is currently situated. So that's primarily who Empen and Pomp have been trying to take note of at the start for some early surge. Mixin and Paco, opposite side of the map though, still at Lovely Lodge. A little bit split currently, but they have the safety to do so because they know completely uncontested. Unlike how things went for them throughout the course of semis, they don't have to deal with anyone else directly nearby. And they've definitely done a great job too at adjusting their surge strategy for it, because we've seen them in numerous endgames so far today. Whereas in semis, we saw them definitely struggling in a lot of lobbies because of the fact that they were uncontested and they'd been relying a little bit on that direct contest that they were dealing with initially. So it's nice to see that flexibility in their game plan.
Yeah, something has definitely changed from the semifinals weeks to now for Paco and Mixin, as you still have to be all around impressed, right? We were kind of joking at the fact of like, oh man, if you come from EU, play on NA, and then don't perform well, like, you know, what is EU gonna say about you, right? But no, Paco and Mixin have been up inside that top 10, and if it wasn't for last game, them actually falling when they had that high ground position, they would very well still be in the top 3 right now. And same for Curve and Tyler. Curve and Tyler, one of those newer FNCS duos, really putting up some numbers. But last game was the first game that slowed them down as well. So a lot to be said here about teams performing well, coming in with what I'd say is surprise performances, right?
Surprises all around, it seems, not even just performances alone. Decay and Sigma could be a real problem currently for Poppy and Dragon. Not sure if they recognize the fact, though, that Dragon is just east of where they're currently at. Dragon just fishing away, but he doesn't have a line of sight on them. Decay and Sigma doing such a good job at crouching around. Poor Dragon, man. He is just trying to fish. He has no idea. Fishing rod still in hand. Poppy Blast just too far away to try and help his duo out immediately. So Decay, Sigma, they're going to split off momentarily. Decay's going to look to challenge Poppy Blast, but Dragon, he's already been eliminated. Sigma and Decay just had too much of an advantage getting those initial shots off first. And Poppy dancing around this rock currently. He'd been material farming, but how much of those resources was he actually able to acquire for builds? Decay only has 17 to work with, dwindling rather quickly, but Aminish and Cam, Dukes and Miro now joining the fray.
I was gonna say, man, the lack of respect Decay had for Poppy Blast right there was just palpable. The dude said, I hit you for 24, I'm W-keying you. Like, that was crazy. Even willing to entertain the 1v1 right there. You have to respect it. But meanwhile, Dukes comes in and just gets punished for his troubles here. It does seem like Decay is just feeling it right now. He puts up a great defense here down in the low ground, but on up to the top. They want to start getting comfortable here. But no, Sigma caught out, so a little too overconfident here is going to cost them up against the likes of Dukes and Miro there. And Decay is going to have to eat his decisions now in the lobby there as Dukes and Miro get rewarded with the 2 eliminations here.
From hunters to fully hunted, Miro and Dukes wasted no time gobbling up Decay and Sigma. Those two, unfortunately, had a good strategy for eliminating Poppy Blast and Dragon, but really nothing left to do. Once the third-party interference came into play, B-Dog and Victor could meet a similar fate if they're not careful. Currently, it's just Cam and Aminish on the other side of their walls, but this is a tough spot for both of these teams to try and fight out of. Miro and Dukes could potentially just have a really strong line of sight to take out both of these teams if they're not careful.
Yeah, this does seem to be a winning strategy for them right now. Timing this outskirts rotate here. Finishing Flu though. Flu Cam here dropping back into the storm. Little do they know this is a very wise decision here, as they would have been in a collision course with Miro and Dukes there. Their backs turned likely. So we jump in with Edgy, who's got no more than, could it be more than 10 HP here. Chance and Aaron really determining the pace of this battle right now, pushing down the likes of Edgy and Tavern here, trying to demand the respect in this toe-to-toe, and they do just that. Chance gets punished big time here. Things slow down for Aaron and Chance now, so this is a fight that can go on for as long as they want it to. There's not a soul in sight on the outskirts right here, so a very isolated 2v2. This is why, you know, you jump into creative and you practice. It's moments like this where it is just you and your duo partner, your performance, no excuses here.
Yeah, this far southwest over by Sandy Strip, Aaron at least had the shield potions to depend on from Chance, but now it'll have to be him dipping into the Flowberry Fizz if he wants to recover some of his shields. Tavern and Edgy doing a decent job, despite how low they're running on material count, at fending off Chance and Aaron, but this is the split. Aaron thinks he might have an opportunity to try and attack Edgy, but instead it's gonna be Tavern. No, one more time, 180 in the spot. Chance, Aaron, they knew the shields were cracked. They fully collapsed, W-key entirely. Now it's down to Edgy and his last little bit of HP to try and close this one out, but just not enough builds or anything to work with at this point. So Aaron and Chance will be the victors of this fight.
Commendable to say the least, but look at Clix and Epic Whale continuing to rack up their set of eliminations right now. This is to the north of their drop spot. It's going to happen every time. We already know it. And now the fight for the bunker here as well. A single Elim up at the moment. You have Vert and Yuumi here, just on the opposite sides of the wall. This is where, of course, Clix literally wants you. Box fight. No pressure from the Storm this time. The difference, though, big 90 tag there for Clix to set things up here. Now, feeling the confidence to start pushing in. The edits are good. The wall takes are better. But he needs the tag.
All Clix wants to do at this point is push Yuumi at least one box further back. He doesn't want to allow Yuumi the opportunity to go into the bunker first. Even if it could be a little bit of a trap, you could still make use of all the resources inside of this bunker. So Clix's play, the aggression, definitely paying off at the time being. Yuumi's shields just having steadily been whittled away at. One more shot would be the shield crack they need. And if Clix gets that sound cue, likely only be a matter of time before Epic and Clix both try to capitalize and pounce. Yuumi, though, still doing his best to try and fend for himself. He's got Vert a little bit towards his west, but again, Vert and Yuumi not able to keep this fight going in their favor. So Clix and Epic, they're gonna be the first ones to jump into the bunker, and this is exactly what they wanted. All that they were waiting for. As soon as Yuumi forfeited that initial positional stance on top of the bunker opening, Clix and Epic kind of recognized the fact that, yeah, we've got this one.
Yeah, they just seized the moment. They were like, all right, well, we pushed you back further enough. We're here for the bunker, right? The damage is bonus. And you saw how much mats actually, you know, kind of falls out of those mythical chests as well. Just setting them back up, giving them everything they need here to remain in the game. Meanwhile, we have a... I don't know if this is a standoff or what's going on here, but Zyro and crew are sitting up above, and Aiden and their Hound here are just chilling out, trying to see what's going to happen. And yeah, they're just waiting.
Both of these teams definitely aware that the other is nearby, though. Z-Link not exactly trying to conceal his footsteps by any means, so Aiden and Hound, if they want to escape the bunker, they're definitely going to have to probably fight their way out of it, but this is likely a more advantageous position for Aiden and Hound currently, considering that they were the team to get inside the bunker. They've got the weapon mod bench attachments that they like the most to currently work with, and I'd say that always weighs in one team's favor whenever they get to utilize that mod bench.
Storm's gonna start closing here now. Skittles and Trashy just barely pulled the zone. I'm not sure they're gonna be looking to stick around here for much longer. Dash and Seek feeling the same pressures as well. And they're all off to the races here as the rotates start to kick in now. This is game 5 of 12 over the weekend. After this one, there's one more round. Then we'll start gearing up for tomorrow's 1.5x tournament points. So there's a multiplier associated with tomorrow's competition. So even if you find yourselves pretty far behind, do not count teams out, because tomorrow's 1.5x will effectively give everyone a chance to make a comeback in the tournament. It's a very interesting comeback mechanic as far as the tournament format is concerned.
Oh,
leading
no.
into the championships, but yeah, Taka, I mean, you see the pressure. It's not looking too hot.
It's definitely not looking good currently for Aminished and Cam, but fortunately enough for them, Junior and Azent's Brazilian duo recognize the fact we've actually just got to get into the next zone. Otherwise, we're going to be in the exact same position that Aminished and Cam are currently in. At least they've got builds, MDF, that is one benefit, but on the topic of the points multiplier, when you're watching what Peterbot and Poyo have accomplished here today, scoping in on their current position, you know that you're basically playing for second or third place at best here in day one. Even with the point multiplier coming into effect, Peterbot and Poyo just have to do the bare minimum, essentially, to maintain this first place position on the leaderboard because of the points that they have accrued here so far in just 4 lobbies. And with that in mind, it's got to be mentally impactful and not in a positive manner for a lot of these teams here, because you're essentially only playing for 2 positions if you want to try and qual to the World Championship in Texas later this year. And that is a tough spot to be in when there's only 2 spots up for grabs, essentially.
That is definitely right. It's not going to be easy for anyone. Nothing good ever comes easy, as they say. So we jump in with Aiden and Hound, who have to fight their way out of this difficult spot here, and the numbers are just adding up right now. And then, if it wasn't already hard enough, you have Clix and Epic Whale sitting nearby, likely waiting for something to break out here. This is all happening right outside that bunker. So Hound and Aiden, who were in the basement, remember, Zyro was holding them out up above. Does seem like Clix and Epic Whale broke up that, and this is what it's all kind of culminated into, a battle for the edge here below the surge. All that time wasted and no shots exchanging. You can see it really does start to take effect on your overall damage in a game like this.
But for Clix and Epic, it's likely they need surge as well. Hound and Aiden trying to confirm just a little bit more, only 39 above currently, just getting ever steadily closer to where Zyro is currently situated. He's dancing around in the build as much as possible. Hound has actually expended just about all of his materials at this point. One final Chug Splash to utilize as well, but one more time, he's gonna have to deal with the likes of taking out this player. Instead, Aiden will manage to get the job done. Couldn't have come at a better time either, because that Storm Surge was just about to come into effect there for Hound and Aiden.
That's big too. Look, that's gonna keep them in 9th place now, but look at this. You're wondering if Pewterbot and Boyo were gonna continue the onslaught here and get that damage. Well, fear no more. They have landed on top of Cam Slam with a quick drop kick from high ground right there. And now we jump in with Kanata and Cooper, one of the contenders for the top 3 here. Well below the surge damage. The pressure was coming in here. And although they survived the threshold for now, it is going to turn immediately back on, and they recognize that it's not going to be easy by any means. A beautiful tag there, followed up by damage received, though. I mean, this is not easy.
Definitely not, and this is a critical moment as well for Kanata and Cooper, because as far as 2nd through 5th is concerned, things are incredibly tight on that leaderboard position. They just barely had 9 points over 3rd place, and they want to ensure that they stay within that top 3 of the leaderboards for more than just the prize pool, NDF. Again, it's that ticket to the globals that they're looking to lock down here in Major 2. Kanata and Cooper done a decent job so far at escaping the likes of Grimgate. They know that they still got some pressure application coming from tons of players who are also situated here on the edge of zone, but finally an opportunity to turn back, look to their sides, see if they can connect some shots. They spot a team inside of a wooden build. They're gonna immediately jump inside. Kanata, Cooper, they need the damage, but Kanata, he's gotta use a couple of small shield potions. The Storm Surge is causing so much of a threat, so much of a problem. It's a thorn in the side now for Kanata and Cooper. They need damage, but they've got nowhere to find it currently.
Yeah, and shots coming in from behind is actually Pewterbot and Boyo in the distance there, but all of a sudden, Xavi, found in a base in a box, just gets demolished there for making the wrong edit up against Kanata and Cooper here, and that's going to be really, and honestly, the opportunity they needed here to at least situate themselves and get back in the game. Could you imagine falling now after pulling dead center zone this late into the end game here? I mean, it'd be a devastating setback considering they're one of the only teams who can really give Boyo and his duo a run for their money. Speaking of which, Aiden and Hound inside the top 10 as well. They have been struggling. We watched what all unfolded with them with that bunker hold, and it's led to them, again, pulling favorably for the Storm, which is giving them a chance, but it's damage that they're lacking. They wasted so much time on the back skirts there.
It just seems as though the entire lobby is playing so slow currently. Teams that they haven't necessarily been, you know, living lavish as far as their Storm Surge is concerned, but they're definitely still maintaining a decent amount above that surge threshold. But now everybody just playing so closed off, so tightly built inside of their own boxes. No one really wanting to take chances to peek. Everybody looking to just try and have a solid close to day 1 here of the Grand Finals, MDF. And I kind of can't blame them because, again, you want to stay as close as possible to that top 3 range in the leaderboard. And especially when you're a team like Hound and Aiden, you already called it earlier on, they were in 9th heading into this 5th lobby. They don't want to drop outside of the top 10 before the point multiplier comes into effect. But right now, they've got to be more concerned about their health because they're still 21 below. They need more damage, and it's not going to be easy to find.
Yeah, well, they got one duo in front of them and one duo only, so they need to start firing now, or they are going to run out of time like we just mentioned. They found a tag, and it puts them into the safety zone, but even after what honestly was a very genius decision to drop into the Storm and play that indestructible wall, it's not going to be easy. But Tyler, from one bad game into another, he is in desperate situation and territory as well here. 158 points, hasn't earned anything this game. No elims, no placement points just yet. And honestly, placement points is quite the stretch away. He is holding on by a thread, as is Reet, as is Ritual right now, as they're only 3 below, the only team on the line there. And finally now, things turn off, but this is just gonna be, you know, a false flag, right? Just for a moment, as they have to keep going here now.
And this is not the amount of builds you'd want to see for a team like Reet and Ritual. if they want to maintain their current position on the leaderboard. They're trying to get that material farm back up and running, but Pollo, this is an odd sight. Peterbot having been eliminated moments ago, and now for Pollo with only 20 builds left. Granted, they have a very distinct point leverage over the rest of NA here currently, MDF, but an early fall, that could still be incredibly problematic for this duo. It could be the catch-up circumstance that teams in second and third have been waiting for.
Well, it'd be hard to think otherwise, but we've seen Peterbot also turn one of these very bad situations in game one into a top 3, so I wouldn't put it past Pollo, who we know is an exceptional player. But things are looking a little bit different, I would say, than game one Peterbot's position that he was in, as Pollo only has 10 builds here, although he's in the end game, and although he likely has his medallion still as well for the rotate, so only time will tell. We'll talk about teams looking a little bit worse for Wares. Re and Ritual now finished here, falling to Thatch and Walkers there. So finally now in game 5, a lot of the big dogs are falling here. We will start seeing the leaderboards look to shake up here. Kanata and Cooper have a chance now to also break away with a pretty substantial point lead. But it won't be easy.
They just need heals so badly, more specifically shields. I mean, whites wouldn't be bad either, but this is tough, even for Kanata and Cooper. The Wings of Icarus could also be their demise if they're not careful. Just one small misstep could be all it takes. Pollo trying to see if he can underworld dash away. This could be the refresh that he's been looking for. Hound might just deliver Pollo the lifeline he needs, but with 0 builds, Hound just doing what he can to try and hang tight.
You never see it coming. They never see it coming. Pollo with the dash into the box. This is what makes the medallion such a sleeper play right there.
Hound had no options left. He was trying to sit tight behind that cone, but the underworld dash is just proving to be such a nuisance in terms of staying strong in your position. But Pollo again, even though it was a brief moment of relief, at the same time on that next rotate, he still caught wind of other attraction in the lobby. So he's one more time down to his final builds. Cooper and Kanata, similar fate. Cooper now with no shields. If anybody tags him, they're going to recognize that white HP that they're breaking into and likely be tempted to try and key him from his current position.
It's a great opportunity right now to pick up eliminations, though. There's a lot of weak players nearby them, and desperate ones as well, though. They do have to be careful, but Cooper's tags are looking very solid. Out comes the Wings for the rotate there. Has to bust his way through his own teammates' builds right now. And what is this? A little find right here. Some heals. Yeah, we'll take those. Also a little bit of material count as well, so the split comes through, and here goes Pollo. The big rotates, getting to the front side of zone, and like we said, from outside of the 20th position into top 15 now, Pollo is doing exactly what he needs to do as a teammate. Is clutch up those individual points, really proving his worth right here. Meanwhile, on high ground, Reciprocal and G-Monster get chopped out there. All that material count invested gives them the opportunity to start at least expending some of it here in this end game. We'll see if they overdid it. That was a lot to maintain position, but the action raging on here as we're approaching top 10 now.
Kanata still has a little bit of Flipberry Fizz. Big pickup, though, onto Zeus. A beautiful elimination that couldn't have come at a better time because Kanata, practically out of builds entirely, has a singular one left. Gonna try and farm some meds off of this tree, but he's gonna depend mostly on Cooper grabbing the siphon materials from behind. Pollo with one more knock. It's gonna be Muzz.
Oh my gosh.
It's gonna be Paper, who falls right next to him. 4 eliminations, and a top 10 clutch could not have been a better end here for Pollo.
And this is why you really have to put so much respect on Pollo and Peterbot as a duo. They are both exceptional players, and they are proving just that. But hold up, Baka has to clutch up now. 10 HP and a player down. Can Pars drop everything in time? He does. He has a couple med kits. He's got all the material he needs. He should be able to do some big plays here. And I'm looking at what is left standing inside the lobby. There's a lot of solos in this mix here, but duos as well. Cooper and Kanata being one of the few in the low ground, but No mats. Hello, Epic Whale. What do you have for us? Doesn't look like it's much here. And it could just be the Team on Heights game to run away with it. As we already saw, G-Monster and Reciprocal are just so far ahead, and no one can break through these builds, right? This is all indestructible land here coming up shortly.
Everyone else just so beat as far as their build situation is concerned. Reciprocal and G-Monster have likely done just enough. This is a very strong position that they're currently holding. The way the zone is pulling over the bridge so heavily in their favor. Baka just going for heal off, mostly for placement, but no luck. Gonna find himself forced to now head back into the zone. Cooper and Kanata trying to do what they can to hold on, but Cooper as well, no builds left. Siphon Matt's gonna buy him just a little bit more time. G-Monster's gonna be the first one to drop. This could be Cooper and Kanata, another clutch circumstance for them if G-Monster's not careful. G-Money gets none. Reciprocal goes for the next. It's all down to Cooper. He's trying to close it out.
Oh my gosh!
Finds it.
Cooper does it again. Kanata did it the first time. And they do it with a second victory royale. This team is really starting to find their footing, and it is so entertaining to watch. How in the world did Cooper manage to do that? This is again that unpredictability when you start adding in these underworld dashes. It couldn't have ended in a better place for them. And honestly, Kanata and Cooper might be separating themselves as one of the strongest low ground teams in the season right now. What a game.
That was the worst case scenario, though, for Peterbot and Pollo to witness. Cooper and Kanata now tying the record for day one victory royales. They've got 2 underneath their belt currently, MDF, and this is a big win with a big elimination count to keep the distance just close enough on that leaderboard top 3.
I'm just looking at Cooper right here. Kanata did what he had to. Cooper with 1 HP and a dream. It's a monstrous tag for the Game 5 Victory Royale. Congratulations to Kanata and Cooper for their second Victory Royale. Back to back here, just continuing to run with it here. And it looks like NA is really shaping up, Taco.
No, what we saw from Cooper and Kanata at the start of that game to winning it, that was ridiculous. But I'm sure Zeke, Vivid, and Killy have more to say about that.
Cooper! Cooper! No shot, you clutched that. That's so sick. Oh my gosh. That was... How to even put into words what you saw it, you know, I don't have to say anything. Wow, to come down to that situation, Kanata and Cooper just shambles, sitting on nothing, having to just like rat their way alongside of this indestructible terrain, and somehow, some way, they take it to a victory royale. I want you to remember those points. 326. We'll come back to that in a moment. But my, oh my, this was a legendary game out of the duo. This is a duo that is saying, hey, you know what? I know that's the Peterbot and Pollo show right now, but we're clapping back. We want some of that action.
It's these types of games that make it so hard to be a Fortnite analyst, because this was not a good game from Kanata and Cooper. Below on Storm Surge, they have no builds going into the moving zones, no builds going into like that middle to end game part. And they just find elimination after elimination after elimination. They get the refreshes, and every single time they pick up those materials, they do the exact thing that they need to. They take a little bit of a risk, they make the play, and it just kept working over and over and over again this game. 10 eliminations and the 2v2 to close the game out, Kelly. What more can you ask for?
Literally in Zone 9, they had only 2 eliminations and 7 builds, and somehow they were able to turn around Cooper with literally 1 HP, getting the final elimination and their second VR.
Wow.
I mean, there's a reason that we put them up for the running for top 3 and potential top spot now. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo went down relatively early, although Pollo absolutely dominating with the solo clutch there. There was a moment where he was able to break a build, dash into the box, and then grab the elimination. It was so impressive coming out of them, especially because we haven't seen them in that position just yet. And even when Pollo is put down, he is not out.
Incredible stuff there. And this is the tough thing about Peterbot and Pollo's kind of playstyle, right? They find themselves in a 2v2 right there with Clicks and Epic Whale. And that's, sometimes they find themselves in these situations where they can fight the 2v2 against, teams that are not necessarily so good at box fighting. But when you do run into those teams that are good at it, they get punished.
Goodness, Pollo here now sticking to the low ground, of course, grabbing a few more eliminations, a few more placements just so that they don't lose that lead. And we know they're still in first place right now, but Kanata and Cooper pushing gross. More. And, oh yeah, Pollo is just absolutely incredible. And there was a moment there where I thought it was possible that he was going to win the whole thing, but does go down. But in 8th place with 5 eliminations is definitely a good, worst performance to have.
Okay. All right. Let's do this again. Let's go to the standings. Let's go see how things are going. All right. Remember that magical number 326? I told you to remember from Kanata, from Cooper. All right. Peterbot, Pollo, they're sitting at 410. All right. Kanata, Cooper, they're not letting it slide. They are the ones to answer the call. Hey, who can bring down these Titans? Kanata and Cooper are looking to close that gap. Remember, we went into this just a little under 100-point lead. Now, even with what happened, even with Pollo being left alone, Kanata and Cooper are still trying to answer that. They're trying to close that gap. And I think the key thing to note here, Vivid, with 1 game left to go, if for some reason Pollo and Peterbot were to fall early and they close this gap because of the multiplier tomorrow, this could still go either which way.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, within 100 points, Kanata and Cooper are definitely still within striking distance, and another team is kind of within striking distance of, let's say that top 3 is really a lot of these teams. But let's take a look at Reet and Ritual, right? Because they were so dominant throughout the early parts of that game. But this game number 5, Kelly, a 25th with just 1 Elin.
Yeah, and they obviously, you can see right here, they were having issues with Storm Surge, which is something that Reet and Ritual have seen themselves before. We used to see them be these W-Key teams, or this W-Key Kings, and unfortunately, that just seems to be less and less of their situation. So Reet and Ritual here, struggling with Storm Surge, struggling a little bit with the teams sitting in mid-ground there. But I definitely do not count them out. Reet and Ritual have been able to come back from worse positions, so I definitely still think that they have a chance to get that top 3.
I mean, they're fighting for it, right? Everyone in this lobby is fighting for the spots to the global championships. You just have to come in the top 3 and you've got yourself the spot. Man, 1 game left to go. This has flown by, right? The Peterbot Pollo show has helped this just go 0 to 60 in negative 60 seconds, actually. My gosh, with 1 game left to go, can they keep up this momentum? Can they continue to pull this off?
I think game 6 will tell a lot right here, actually. It would be awesome to see Kanata and Cooper kind of close that gap, and we'll have a photo finish tomorrow.
It's possible. I mean, we saw Peterbot and Pollo be below Storm Surge there. Peterbot went down in 7th zone. So there is definitely some, exposures in their armor right now that other players might utilize on.
And that's cool, right? Some duos are day 2 teams. Come back tomorrow stronger, but we've only got 1 last game here to go in day number 1. It is time for these duos to pull out all the stops to cement themselves and prepare for tomorrow's 1.5 time multiplier. With that being said, though, MDF, the best taco, please take it away for the final game of the day.
Thank you, Zeke. Yes, as we start approaching game 6, it is very important to note that some teams do perform better when they have momentum going into their favor, like Kanata and Cooper, and then others do perform maybe a little bit more questionable, like Peterbot and Pollo, when frustration starts to kick in. So let's see how game 6 is going to start to shape out here, Taco, because anything can happen.
Yeah, but by the looks of things, everybody is going to lay it all out there because Grand's day 1, game number 6 is on the way.
Here we have it. Game 6 of the Grand Finals for day 1 has arrived. And if you've missed the first 5, well, just strap in. Let's close this one first before you go review it, because there are so many explosive moments and victories that have already taken place here. Honestly led by the likes of Kanata and Cooper. From what we've seen, they've had some of the biggest highlights of the day. But first, we kick things off with the action here at the Mount Olympus. We have Boogan Agers who were dropped just last game right here, having a very, very slow start in general, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, you want to talk about day 2 teams, but day 2, a lot more pressure, if you ask me, MDF. And a lot of these teams would rather close things off with a solid finish here in day 1, but Cold, he's already on the ropes. Acorn eliminated by the likes of Krizix. Yasir and Krizix tend to be the two that pose the most threat to Cold and Acorn off the initial drop here at Fencing Fields, because they are another team that likes to try and play for that vault nearby. But again, Krizix likely very happy with that successful elimination at the start, because even with Cold reaping the benefits of this vault initially here at Fencing, trying to make his escape as a solo, that's why he's just forced. He's crouch walking around the map now, trying to get some form of stealth going for himself, but this is looking like mission impossible just about here for Cold.
At least one thing we don't have to worry about is, you know, we'll see Cole and Acorn at the Global Championships. They'll be all right. So even if this FNCS hasn't quite chalked up the way they expected it to for day one, it's hard to pull up a performance like you've done in the previous seasons being this contested. I mean, they've proven that it's possible before, but you can see it is not easy. Every season, you are just matched up with new and more challenges. Yasir and Krizix continuing to put in work, and if it's not them, it's Muzz and Paper, right? Which we've seen also have their moments here. When we talk about moments of greatness, Threats and Sphinx have been playing quite the day of Fortnite, right? They're up there at the top 10, fighting for top 5s, it does seem like, with 198 points. So all in all, very much a contender for a top 3 position, a podium finish as we start rounding out this weekend. But it's all gonna come down to this fight first here, up against Dragon and Poppy Blast.
Dragon and Poppy Blast have essentially been on tour day one here today.
Yeah.
We've seen them at like several different drops now ever since that initial response towards losing that immediate contest up against the likes of Clix and Epic earlier on today, but now faring against Threats and Sphinx, doing an okay job so far. I mean, a surprise con, never in the cards for most teams, but it's something that a well-established team like Threats and Sphinx are bound to be prepared for, and sure enough, they've got some bite back here. Dragon and Poppy probably don't have as good of knowledge of Brawler's Battleground in comparison to Threats and Sphinx, who have been landing here much more often. Threats, quick wings tech, close some distance. He's got Dragon isolated. Poppy Blast also incredibly low on shields, but Dragon has no shields whatsoever. He is down to his white HP. Some shots from way across the way though. Threats recognizing the fact that he's been targeted as easy surge for another team here. They will find both eliminations though onto Poppy Blast and Dragon, but it does come at a cost. Threats likely a little bit annoyed by that team, a little bit further north from Brawler's Battleground. Looks like Zeus and Pikes are going to be the ones that were laying some fire into Threats' HP.
That's pretty interesting, because last game Zeus and Pikes were up at the Mount Olympus for their drop. So it does seem like a lot of teams just trying to, you know, deploy new strategies here in the final game right now. Jumping to a Curve and Tyler, I mean, they need to go back to their original strategy. Forget new. What has gone wrong for them is the last 2 games they've fallen short of the end game mark, not earning any points actually. So something's got to give for this duo if they want to have themselves a good FNCS. It's not too far gone though, like we talked about. Day 1 is your foundation. Day 2 is where you jump in that rocket ship and you take off if the opportunity permits it. Look at this. Skittles and Trashy up against the Juggernauts of NA. Peterbot, Boyo there in the distance. They do what they do best though. They light you up. If they don't find, you know, the opportunity to siege on the moment, they just back off. They find the next person on the rotate. It's a very interesting type of playstyle, to say the least, but I think it fully revolves around whether or not they have the full advantage, and if they think they do, I mean, you're probably as good as gone.
To be fair, though, it's a very familiar situation. Peterbot and Poyo have clashed a decent amount with Skittles and Trashy, even throughout semis. In the upper bracket, we saw more often than not Skittles and Trashy kind of just forcing Peterbot and Poyo to a halt. They are no rollover team in terms of box fighting, and Peterbot and Poyo, I mean, game recognizes game. They don't want to go for reckless charge-ins where it's not deemed a true necessity for them. And speaking of reckless encounters, here at the Underworld, Aiden, Hound. Aiden already incredibly low. Count that, knocked entirely. Hound can only watch in terror as Zero closes in on his teammate now. He's just looking for an escape by any means necessary. Gonna pop a little bit of Flowberry Fizz even to help him try and rotate even further away. Maybe he'll get an opportunity to lap back around, dip back into the storm, pick up Aiden's reboot card, but does seem relatively unlikely at this point.
And just all around questionable decisions right there. But hold up, Peterbot and Boyo fighting for the towers here. You can see the NPCs already spawned in. It's Chance and Aaron here. Chance and Aaron, who have had a successful amount of points earned so far today, netting themselves inside the top 20, have quite the challenge here in front of them. If they decide to stick this one out, an ego fight for the tower. Look at this. You can see Peterbot, the micro steps, staying ahead of the storm for just as long as possible to try to buy them some time. And now the medallion swap to go in and cap off. And I'm thinking they realize, yeah, we don't have enough HP. We have a ridiculous lead here. It's probably time we back off. And Peterbot makes the decision first. I think it's the right call.
Also, worth noting that the current record for day one this weekend is 423 points from Oshi. Peterbot and Boyo have a very real chance, depending on how this last game pans out, to break that here in NA for day one. Sitting at 410 points currently, they only need 13 more MDF, and all they've realistically got to do is stay within placement range. Maybe get 2 or 3 eliminations, something we've been seeing them do all day today. But it's sealing the deal where things can get a little bit more difficult. Regardless, still looking comfortable in that first place position. Comfortable with something that Pars probably wishes he could be in. He drops momentarily from height. B-Dog, Victor. Understanding the fact that they've forced Pars and Baka to retreat only slightly, but trying to play it from the low ground. These are all wood builds that are currently coming into play. It's bound to draw some attention from elsewhere in the lobby. Baka and Pars aren't careful.
Baka and Pars are gonna go ahead and slide out of the danger zone there. Since B-Dog put up more than enough defense there to earn the respect. Jumping in with Ritual, Muzz, and Paper. They have a little 2v2 standoff right now. And honestly, Reed's loadout couldn't be looking more better. He's got plenty of heals here, and it does seem like a couple trades go down here to earn himself some damage, and that's enough for them to go ahead and move on and start capping back off that material. No need to get too deep into the weeds of it and start cutting into that metal. That'll really be where the problem starts to forge for this team here.
Curious on what their surge currently looks like, though, because with the zone pulling a little bit more towards that center map territory, teams that are playing more towards the outskirts, more towards the edge of zone, it can be difficult for Reet and Ritual to have a real opportunity to actually establish a solid search strategy. So I think that's part of the reason why we see them trying to break away from the direct POI Brickless Railways, try to search a little bit more towards those outskirts. But again, a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, even if they're left as solos, they're just trying to box up and play it as safe as possible, because even if you haven't necessarily had the day one that you'd envision for yourself, you can still set yourself up for a strong day two performance by closing day one out in a respectable fashion.
This is where things start to get really serious for Kanata and Cooper right here. There's no room for error, no time to drop the pace here. And quite honestly, pressure's on for them more than any other team in the lobby, as Peterbot and Boyo effectively have so much of a cushion established with how many points they have, that Kanata and Cooper, if it wasn't already quite noticeable that they need a lot of points, but they also just can't drop it for themselves. That's that global championship is on the line here. But jumping over Peterbot and Boyo, that's what we talk about with no pressure in the world. They look for the most favorable battles. They want to close them out just like this, quick and smooth. They find Edgy here. Aiden and Hound, the same team they saw earlier, lurking closely, but not too much of a threat. And honestly, Peterbot's keying in that direction, so they're telling us everything we need to know about how they want to play right now. I think we're seeing them likely chase those big numbers.
Again, 423 points. That's what they're looking to beat. They are well within striking range. 11 points left to go. Excuse me, make that 10. Quick maths here on the NA side of things, but Batman Booga Rapid, this has got to be the worst position to find yourself in because Peterbot, ample amount of medkits, 3 of them to count. And that Waterbending Mythic as well just gives him so much leverage from keeping Batman Booga and Rapid at bay. They're not going to be able to find a very easy rotate, and that's part of the reason why we see them come to a halt. They're hoping that Peterbot and Pollo are instead going to look to keep pushing forward. One disadvantage that Peterbot and Pollo do currently have is that it's a long trek to make it towards zone. Yes, they're trying to heckle some of the other teams along the way, but their priority is definitely fixated on just making it into zone.
So far, so good right here. Sphinx and Threats, though, deep in the storm right now as well. This is to the southern side here. You have Zeus and Pikes up top and Threats up there by himself right now. I'm more curious as to why Sphinx hasn't gone up. Feeling that this is a dangerous position to be in nonetheless, but there it is. So Threats actually ends up coming down instead. They have medkits, they have bananas. Should be okay, and yeah, okay. Luckily the team moves on, but not too far off.
Smart rotate though from Sphinx and Threads. They're gonna opt for the dead side. They might have it all to themselves. At least it'll be a much safer rotate because only Zeus and Pikes directly above them. Sphinx and Threads, I think, making the right decision here to keep rotating along the dead side of this mountain face here at Mount Olympus.
Take a look at the highlight though. Rapid and Batman Booga, one of those few teams we saw being pushed by Pollo out there in the storm, finds an elimination onto Hound. The 110 just destroying what was left of Hound's HP there, giving them more points there. Rice and Bolts secure this Rift Island. And they do it comfortably with no resistance here. You can see very rarely does someone capture the point without any cones above the base, so no one even looking to step foot up here, but I think that's just a telltale of the storm here as it's pulling far north right now and continuing to go that way.
Yeah, keep in mind that Rift Island also practically spawning right above where Bryson Bolts like to drop in the first place. Dumpton has him because they love having the opportunity for a potential weapons bunker, potential forecast tower. Clix definitely does not love this current situation he's caught up in, though. No Epic with him either. It's all down to Clix to clutch this one up against the likes of Z-Link. And he's got fire coming in from a couple of separate angles. Big tag in response from Z-Link. Quick halt towards Clix's quick attacks. But Clix, he's going to follow. Lavish Lair. This engagement going on maybe a little bit longer than Clix had been hoping for, but at this point, it's his only option. He might be able to reboot Epic if he can take down Z-Link.
Yeah, I like the aggression here, especially while he was under the effects of the, the mythical banana, giving him the health advantage and honestly alleviating the pressure of having to worry about the storm. But getting to the zone first there, getting to this reboot van, he'll be able to get this quick pickup, put him back in the game. This is game 6, the last game for day number 1 right now. You're watching Clix and Epic Whale. Likely to be picked up here, but no, canceled, and Clix shouldn't have faked it. I think he should have committed, but now it's all or nothing, and into the box he goes, and Z-Lynx wins the trade. They say pros don't fake, and that is exactly why you don't do it for good reason right there.
I really want to know how close Clix was to finishing that. Skittles elimination onto Neko. Unlucky, but I really feel as if that reboot van could have potentially been stuck there by Clix. Still, decisions. I respect the commitment either way. Clix went with his gut in that situation. He opted to drop it and go for the 1v1 challenge. It happens to the best of us sometimes. We'll see what day 2 has in store for Clix and Epic Whale. But for right now, it's all about Pars and Baka. And whether or not they continue trying to push back some of these other teams just outside of Reckless Railways, hanging out on the edge of zone, but right next to them in a surge base of their own, Pollo, Peterbot. We saw them with a long haul run from across the map just about. The fact that they're this close already, it seems their prioritization of just making it towards the zone has definitely paid off because they've got their choice of the pickings from those teams trying to scurry into the edge of zone.
What's crazy about that? That wasn't even Peterbot or Pollo's base. They just like broke their way into it and took someone's
it's
old
mine now.
surge base. Yeah, it's theirs now. Pretty insane. Meanwhile, Mixon and Paco, you know, if you study their gameplay coming out of the semifinals where they did perform well, this is a lot of what it looked like early in dead side rotates, trying to find themselves in prime high ground positionings, very textbook. You can see it's been paying off pretty well for them, minus the couple of games where they got shut down in the mids. Look at this, zone is gonna pull down this way. So far they are in the most optimal position. Actually, do they get the forecast tower? Because this is looking suspiciously strong as far as positioning is concerned right now. High ground, it's like we've seen this before.
There could have potentially been a forecast tower that they might have opted to go for near Lil Villa, which is the split that Yamzo and Rise like to opt for by Hazy Hillside Tunnel. But again, whether it was their direct acquisition of the forecast tower or not, Mixon and Paco have definitely found themselves some prime real estate. Peterbot and Pollo, 418 points now, by the way. This is an excellent position for Peterbot and Pollo to set a record for day one performances in every single region. Their point count, they only need just a little bit more. 423 is the mark to cross. And this is a relatively healthy looking Peterbot and Pollo MDF.
Yeah, that elimination was huge for them, not only for the damage, but the material counts. They ended that one really quickly. And where Paco and Mixon gave up their positioning, a new team steps in. It's Curve and Tyler looking desperately for a fight right now. 3 games now, they've had surge issues. Not sure what has gone differently or wrong for them out of the first 3 compared to this backstretch, but it has been really bad for Curve and Tyler, and it seems like the pressure settles in here as Sphinx and Threats just mow down Tyler, and Curve is likely to get followed up shortly afterwards. This is 7th place versus 12, mind you. It's just not looking good right now for Curve. I mean, he can't run away. Yeah, you need the damage or it's over.
Definitely no escape, and part of the problem for Curve and Tyler, I think it's less so what they're doing wrong and more about what everyone else is doing right surrounding them. Initially, they were getting some early encounters with Booga and Agers, but after like the second lobby, Curve and Tyler, they started straying a little bit more north from their drop east of Mount Olympus, finding themselves getting tangled up with Chimp and Scissor over at Summit Temple, Summit Base Camp area where Chimp and Scissor like to drop. And they're just not winning those exchanges. They're finding themselves behind on Surge, almost hesitating in a sense with some of their fights, and that's just part of the adaptability that comes into play with the Grand's lobby. These players all function at such a high caliber of play that even the slightest slip up is all it takes for some of these more experienced teams, I think, to try and capitalize and punish, and that seems to be the case more often than not here for Curve and Tyler, but hopefully it doesn't disorient them too much heading into day number 2. They at least got half the process right at our starting point of the day. They just need to try and replicate that, and more so for day 2.
Endgame's within reach now for Kanata and Cooper here. 194 damage above the surge, and Pollo is desperately hurt here on the edge of Storm. Pressure coming in. Little does Cooper and Kanata know that that is the right decision to make right there. Singling out the teams here on the edge of Storm, but they let up the gas, and Pollo finds an opportunity now to bounce back into it, but not before this next duo comes in from the low ground there, and Peterbot opting to get out of there. He wants to make a move here for some safer positioning, more high ground. Has to be careful though. Now even closer to the likes of Cooper and Kanata here, but safe nonetheless here on the edge of the Storm.
They may have just delivered Cooper and Kanata a prime opportunity.
No
heals? Palm was incredibly low though, but yeah, Peterbot and Boyo definitely wish that they had some heals right about now. They still have that aspect of agility to split between each other. And here it is, Kanata taking note. It's Muzz. Oh, unfortunate. Can't get his way across the water. That's going to be a knock. Thermal scope on the DMR. Very problematic for so many pros trying to rotate in. And this zone pull as well, Monster. Pretty vicious.
Oh, this is a bad zone. Not only is it a bad zone for, you know, Kanata, Cooper, it's bad for Peterbot, Boya, but, you know, they have the medallion. They'll be able to dash around the outskirts, and I do think they're already on the move, but Baka and Pars are very much in the top of the standings. This is probably going to be the end of the run for them if they don't get any further. As I was outlining it, you see it. Dusted in chalk there. They're gone. They're down. They're out. That's top 3 set up. Still a phenomenal performance nonetheless. It'll put them on the standings, gearing up for day 2. Oliver OG falls here as well, and this is just claiming its toll here now in Kanata from one fight into the next one. It's not going to be easy, and they have a lot more teams here to fight through as this is going up the high ground now. There's no avoiding it.
I'm still not going to count out Kanata and Cooper, though, after what we witnessed from Game 5. We've seen them in a very similar situation in Lobby 5, and yet they still managed to make it work. All they need is one player to not recognize where they're currently situated. They just need some materials, a refresh of any sort, no matter how it comes by. But the acquisition of such a refresh, the odds of it are definitely looking slimmer and slimmer with every second that passes by. And as soon as this next zone pulls, this is brutal for even Cooper and Kanata.
Boya just got finished right there, and now it's up to Peterbot here. He's got his medallion, he's got no HP. The heals with, though, the 180, and just deletes Finks to keep him in the game. Clutching up out of nowhere, and the siphon material acquired as well, giving him just enough math, but then Cooper falls as well. And this is what we talked about, that being such a difficult rotate. It wasn't just gonna be difficult for the likes of our first place team, but it was going to be difficult for every single player on the north side of the zone. Peterbot now 33 HP. As you can see, he is not indestructible, but he is still so very hard to take down right now. Utilizing all of his Flowberry Fizz, that's showing us that he is desperate here to have any advantage in any moment. He takes down Reet on the move there.
Disgusting what Peterbot just did to Reet. Reet never even had any idea of what was coming, but that refresh, God tier currently for Peterbot. Reet had so many goodies in his loadout, and Peterbot more than happy to snag up every single one of them. Those splashes as well. Gonna make sure that he can keep targeting from that backside of the zone. He's trying to make his way towards front, though, through the low ground. He might actually catch up to where Kanata is at. It's only a matter of time, but first, Kanata has to deal with all the players currently surrounding him. Sees one opportunity, but the solo makes his way out of Kanata's clutches. Peterbot, another one, onto Iyamzo even. 4 eliminations. The solo performances that we have expected to see so far. And Kanata, unfortunately, the lights have turned off. Ritual finds a similar fate. It's all Peterbot just trying to hold on here.
And let this be a lesson of how much of an advantage that medallion of agility is giving a player like Peterbot right now, allowing him to get from position to position before teams even realize. And honestly, it's working out so well for him as he's approaching nearly 500 points. We're inside the top 5 right now, and he is still alive.
They don't let him win this. Surely, there's still a couple of duos left standing. Peterbot from behind, both in his sights. Bryson Bolts, though, will turn the tides against Peterbot, but so much damage having already been applied. Bryce, easy pickings now for Mixon and Paco, who are waiting on the low ground. Bolts trying to do what he can, scurrying around the builds, gets a knock onto Paco. That forces Mixon as a solo situation. Blake and Macwood, they've been relatively quiet all day so far, but this might just be their one. This is their game to close out the day. Blake and Macwood, they found the performance that they needed to because they were definitely needing that jump in the leaderboard.
respects to Blake and Macwood finding their moments of greatness, not only in game 1, but to close out the day strong here in game number 6. This is just day 1 of the FNCS Grand Finals, really giving us a sample of the weekend, of course. And my, oh my, what a performance from everyone there at the very end to really, you know, keep things interesting for us here at Taco.
For a moment, though, it really looked like Peterbot was about to pull it off. I mean, if it had not been for Bryce and Bolts getting that quick flick turnaround onto Peterbot, we might have been looking at a different situation entirely, because as you pointed out, that aspect of agility, definitely difficult to work against. But Macwood and Blake, we saw them from the high ground. Nobody else really had an opportunity to look up. Even when they ran out of builds at the end, they still had done more than enough damage to get the job done.
Take a look at the reaction, the pop off from Blake. Like we said, they played very, very well to kick things off. They were inside the top 5, and now they get to close out with a victory. Our respects to Blake and Macwood. I'm not sure if we've ever actually caught Blake in recent times pick up an FNCS victory like that during a grand final settings. So that's going to be exciting nonetheless there for us, Taco.
Yeah, it's been an awesome day 1 so far, but MDF, that's going to put a wrap on our day 1. 6 awesome games, 6 games for Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly to break down.
Thank you so much, Monster D-Face, and the best Taco game number 6 going on over to Blake and Macwood. These guys were holding down height. They just had it secured. And Viv, I don't know what's going on, but not many people looking up in height, Nene, which is weird to me. But hey, for Blake and Macwood, it worked out.
Yeah, seems to be a trend going on here. Whoever kind of finds himself up on that high ground very, very early on into the end game, seemingly can kind of hold it without getting touched.
Absolutely incredible run. This is what we expect out of Blake and Macwood. We saw them get first place. It was out of the lower bracket for the semifinals, but we knew that they had the opportunity. And Macwood and Blake holding height from such a far away distance from the low ground there. And you can see that they pretty much had free reign of everyone else on the lower part of the zone.
Yeah, I mean, just dominating high ground. You got to imagine, though, right? So much going on the low ground that none of these teams really ever get settled in enough to just even look up. I mean, we were switching from team to team, and Zeke, you caught out. You were like, wait, like, nobody has mats, right? All these teams are kind of shambles to the point where they can't even contest it if they wanted to.
I'm just like blown away, right? Like, I don't know what is happening here in NA on day number 1, but it's crazy to me. Like, I guess, like Vivid said, you know, no one's got mats. Everyone's burning their mats, and I don't quite know exactly why that is, but it's definitely making a lot of these end games very difficult for some duos, right? Everyone across the board is like in constant shambles situation. And then you've just got Peterbot flying around with the aspect of agility, just box to box, zipping and zopping, and somehow he's picking up eliminations. You've got Kanata living along as a solo. I mean, these impact points are starting to pile up. And, you know, again, just double back to Peterbot, bro. I don't know what Peterbot eats in the morning, but I would love just like a supply for the rest of my life, because, dude, this guy is just on another level.
Yeah, I mean, the routine would definitely be nice to get our hands a hold of, but the third time today, I think, for this duo, actually, where a solo clutch was kind of needed to continue to grow a lead for them in that first place position, and it just happens again.
Yeah, and we saw a solo clutch earlier from Poyo, so to see one from Peterbot as well, just, you know, rounds it out real nice. And Peterbot total had 25 eliminations by himself, which was more than any other duo except Kanata and Cooper.
Jeez.
So even if you are a solo, if you are going up against the likes of Peterbot, it's not over yet. You still have a chance to be able to make it all the way through the end game, and just finding such clutch eliminations with so much loot and so many good refreshes. It's no wonder that even when they are in quote-unquote shambles, it's still not that bad. And speaking of not that bad, 486 points for first place, Peterbot and Poyo.
Well, Fortnite fam, you're looking at a new record. That's right. These guys have just broken the previous record for most points in a single day. The last time we saw this was OCE, Chapter 4, Major number 2 from Suns and Anon. To see Peterbot and Poyo put up the numbers that they did, and I love, Kelly, that you kind of called out that both members have kind of been put in this solo situation, and both have performed. You know, I think sometimes when we watch duos, it's very easy to say like, oh yeah, well, one's doing more work than the other, like, or even to try and compare them. But to show how talented these guys are, to just look at these numbers and like just keep in mind, you know, obviously like typically we see standings and you'd be like everyone would probably be around like that 300 range, right? But because Peterbot and Pollo have so many points, they've just kind of pulled points from the rest of the lobby and said these are now ours. And Viv, going into tomorrow with a 1.5 times multiplier, all they have to do is do this again, right? Even just be half as consistent, and they're walking away your champions.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, I don't want to say it, okay, because it is almost a 120-point lead. But Kanata and Cooper have honestly performed so well today that I would consider them in striking distance. I mean, you got to imagine Peterbot and Pollo have a bad game tomorrow where they get like 30th place, 25th place, or something like that. Boom, that's enough, especially in a 1.5x format, 1.5x day. Kanata and Cooper are honestly close enough to still be considered in contention.
That is interesting to say, although the major that they won, Major 3, or that was back when it was just Kanata, they actually had a worse day too. So we do have to look at the format with it being 1.5 tomorrow, but with how they are performing today, Kanata and Cooper, I would not be surprised if they are able to shorten that gap. And Cooper and Kanata, absolutely just the elimination that they got on I'm sorry, that was probably, it was absolutely incredible. I'm so excited to see what day 2 holds for us.
Yeah, so that's actually a good way to kind of close out the show. Day 2. So sometimes we talk about this. Obviously, with 2 days of competition, you have teams that perform well on day number 1 and then not so much day number 2, or the vice versa. Sometimes they perform not that great on day 1, but day 2, suddenly they've just come alive. Do we expect much of that to change tomorrow? Like, how much of a fluctuation could we see going into tomorrow's 6 games?
I mean, yeah, the big reason why we see a lot of changes actually happen, right? Because you have the entire night early tomorrow to kind of go over the VODs, see what other teams are kind of doing, what rotates they're kind of making, how you can kind of take advantage of some of them. But looking towards, you know, the top of the leaderboard, I don't really know if there's room to kind of take advantage of a Peterbot and Pollo who are kind of dashing around the map, where Kanata and Cooper kind of have this entire kind of western region to themselves either. We'll have to see what teams kind of come up with.
Yeah, and we already saw today by like game 2 and 3, people changing up their drop spots, which is usually something that we see in day number 2. So I don't think people are shy away from making those kind of extreme changes, but I think it's too little too late. Peterbot and Pollo are absolutely running away with it unless Kanata is able to, I don't know, they're not going to drop on them, obviously, but if something just crazy happens, there is a,
Baby? Sorry, let me rewrite the script.
Yeah,
contest. Sorry, I just backspaced what I wrote before and I wrote that in. So tomorrow that's what we're going to see.
I doubt it.
We have it. Fortnite fam, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We hope you've enjoyed just day 1 of grand finals. Remember, tomorrow we come back 6 games, and then after those 6, we'll have FNCS grand champions for Major 2, and we'll know the top 3 duos that will be going through to the Global Championships later on this year. Don't forget, tickets are on sale, so if you want to check those out, you want to come by, hang out with us in Dallas, watch more awesome Fortnite like this, but in person together, check it out. Tomorrow, EU is also before us, so watch their games because they're going crazy, even though we're better. Make sure you go tomorrow and chat type NA better than EU, but don't say I sent you, say Vivid sent you. Guys, as always, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thanks to all of our incredible talent here for making this all possible. Until tomorrow, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Finish.